Okay, greetings everybody. My name is CoinStamp. Most people call me Coin. And welcome on in to another episode of The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom. Hopefully we're all doing well today in both body and mind. Before continuing onward, first thing we gotta do is we gotta thank our lovely contributors this month. Of course, I have refreshed these panels. I would like to thank Michael DS for their continuing Prime subscription during this month's cycle, as well as the anonymous gifted sub. I realize I should have done this much sooner, but thank you to Kanan QXQ for their gifted tier 1 subscription. Please enjoy the benefits that come along with that. I was not quite sure how to handle anonymous subs, but I think I've got it figured out. Additionally, while we don't have any patrons or one-off contributors this month, I would like to thank anyone who has used the Patreon platform in the past for those subscription benefits, or people for making one-off donations in the past. I would like to thank Rasby the Player for their continuing support with the Valkyrie tier subscription during this month's cycle. Much appreciated. If you guys want your name on plaques like this, you know what you gotta do. It's in the donations panel, or under the donations panel in the About Me section on Twitch, or it's the links in the link tree in the description. Any and all of those work, I promise. That's at least the bare minimum of what I can give you. Why don't we move over to the correct screen and adjust my camera like 5 centimeters. I'm joking. It's a little bit more like 2 inches, 2.5 inches, but still, I digress. Greetings, everybody. Welcome on in. Welcome on in. Last time on the Breath of the Wild. Oh, that's not good. I hope everyone else can hear it. I currently can't. I don't know why this is happening. Let me try toggling something. There we go. I actually think maybe it was peaking in OBS, but nobody could hear it. All right. So, last time we learned how not to build a boat. There's also a game by that same name, by the way. It's a match 3 game. My sibling owns it. It's fun for a bit, and then it gets repetitive, but such is the nature of match 3s. We went through and completed all of the Koroks that were here in the Hyrule Fields region. We also picked up one that was in the Farron region that we learned how not to build a boat on, among other things. And then after that, we started completing things on the plateau. We did meet Great Fairy Kesa, and she was like, hey, we really need some music to come back to the outskirts stable, and then maybe, just maybe, I will come back to the realm of the living. Maybe, just maybe, I'll grant you my blessing again. We bumped into a Gleeok that was guarding the Bridge of Hylia, the Flame Gleeok. We did not encounter it, but we did see one. We also found a strength test machine that a Goron had put together. Neato burrito. And what else? We also completed a bunch of shrines. There are a couple more we have left to do in this region before we can move on. But the idea will... Hello there, Zane Fabian. Welcome on in. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well today. And I hope you enjoy your stay here just in time. I was just recapping what happened in the last episode before we go into today's plans. How are things in your slice of terra firma, aka planet Earth, if you don't mind my asking? What else? Okay, I don't think there is anything else. I think I covered all the major hurdles. So before I get into today's plan, let me talk to you guys about some bookkeeping stuff. I did go and get some more Zonai parts. I got some more fans, some more springs. We basically got a lot of everything but batteries and springs. I did also upgrade some weapons. We did lose our Blizzard Rod. We did lose our Blizzard Rod, so goodbye to crowd control, but, you know, hello to nice, fancy, shiny weapons. We did lose one of the Flux Core Pounders, but we did get another one. I did also pick up a couple of shields. I bumped into the Dragon Bone Boko shield during my grinding session, so let me read that real quick, and then I'll, you know, get reply to the comment I just saw there. This Boko shield is reinforced with fossilized bone. Its defensive capabilities are respectable, but its predictably slipshod craftsmanship spells low durability. So it does. So it does. Okay. What that was on YouTube, right? I remember your other stream. Which other one? I've had plenty. But you've been waiting for the time for me to watch another one of your streams? That's awesome. Thank you for being patient, and I'm glad you can make it, Zane Fabian. Outside of like a little bit of Korok collecting and some shrine collecting, we're about ready to start caves. So if you like the depths, you're gonna like this one. Promise. What else happened? Lost a lot of bows, so we will have to pick up some new ones. I have been grinding monster parts where able. I have also been taking charges and converting them into parts, so our inventory has been very busy. Why am I here, you guys might ask? I am here to convert 4 blessings into another chunk of stamina. We get a second wheel of stamina, we can start upgrading health. And I think there are actually just enough shrines left in the region to get us another chunk of stamina. Okay. So before we do that, I did also mark one other spot on this map. I'll read that comment in just a second. So if you guys will recall, we learned how not to build a boat. I'm being very serious about that. I, for the life of me, could not figure out how watercraft worked. Guess what? It was because I wasn't thinking of the correct boat. You guys know what steamboats are, but do you guys know what paddle boats are? AKA the precursor to a steamboat? Yeah. You got sailboats, and then you got paddle boats. I did not... mechanics are not my strong suit. But regardless, I should have realized what a paddle boat was. So we're gonna go craft that up real quick so we can actually save it for later. At least until we get, like, the ability to make a proper functioning motorboat. That I know that is something you can do in this game. We don't have the necessary parts for it right now. The motorboat is a sort of thing that requires electricity to function, and we just don't have that part yet. But when we do get that part, the ability to go, you know, sailing out in the water will be sublime. As for the comment here, Zane Fabian says, I love the depth. I like it too. I was creeped out at first, but I quite enjoy it. You ground up the depths armor and then sold it for money. I suppose you can sell up armor, yeah. Do I recommend it? No, most armor sets are one time only. Like once you sell them, that's it. You're not getting it. You're not getting another copy. It has to be armor you can buy. Now, if you can buy the depths armor, which I don't know if you can or can't. If you're capable of buying the depths armor, then okay. You know, I could see how maybe selling stuff like that for money is reasonable, but if the materials that you had to grind for would have sold more, you can buy it with pose, oh, then definitely not worth it. I have 147 of those things. 147 pose. Do you know how long it took me to get those? It took me a while of just running around in the depths to find them. And I haven't even met the statue that converts these yet. But since you can buy it with pose, I guess that technically means, you know, it costs you no money to buy. It only costs you a ton of time. Still, I don't think it's a very good time investment. But hey, if people need money, you know, people have done, you know, less efficient things for money given the time. And trust me, there's a reason I'm going out here. And like I've already said, I wanted to show you guys that you can, in fact, build a boat. And build it way better than I tried to. Zane Fabian says you can get a bunch in like 5 minutes because you have all the abandoned mines. That would make sense, yes. Yeah, there are quite a few pose in the abandoned mines. We found one. I found one during off-screen time, and then I proceeded to talk about it on screen. Also, we've technically been here, so I'm going to delete that now. But yeah, we found one. There will be others, I'm sure. Oh, I'm not even gonna let you ruin my day, Mr. Stalkoblin. No. Bye. And those parts are floating in the water. Let's go get those. I did take a couple of Hyrule Compendium photos. Those are mostly just the Soldier Construct level 2s, as well as I want to say it was a black boss bokoblin that I found, you know, basically back over here in the same spot because enemies scaled like no tomorrow. For whatever crazy reason. Okay. So here we are at the place that I spent 20 minutes on. Let's not do that. What we're gonna do is we're going to take this particular one here. It would help if this were like standing straight up. I think it goes something like that. And the same deal with this wheel right over here. Gotta be careful, because if it's too far out that way, you're most certainly gonna have... Yeah, of course it toppled over. That's fine. Okay, we've got that part. The issue, I wasn't thinking straight when it came to the wheels, is what it was. Also, these have to be pointed the same way, I think. And the last thing we need to do is we need Oh, actually, we can't even do that. We can't even do that. Instead, what we have to do is this. Oh, is that too heavy? Maybe. Let's try. Okay, so something isn't right, and it's because of the way the wheels are attached. I've got the general concept correct, I think. The wheels just aren't placed right. Because, of course, that would be the case. Okay, and same deal here. You have to put the wheels connected in the center. In the center? Oh, wait a sec. I even watched a video on this yesterday because I was that perturbed. You see, the wheels connected in the center, like the exact center. The issue is that these wheels go every which way if I try that. They just roll around. Can I just say that these are awful grounds to, like... these are awful, like, absolutely awful spots to try to build a device. Yeah, that doesn't work. Let's not waste more time. I'm getting upset is what's happening. And I'm getting upset because I watched a tutorial on this where I literally just missed a single step. Yeah, it's got to be at the axle level. There. Okay, now it won't move quite as much. Good Lord. Okay. And then the other panel goes on the back side to keep the weight distributed, because otherwise it'll roll away if that definitely happens. Okay, all right. Move this forward. Don't stand there in paralysis. Just change what you're doing. Okay. And now, where did our control panel go? Right over here. Just like this. Oh boy. Okay, the wheels aren't facing right. Oh, probably because I have them facing flat instead of... I have them facing flat instead of, you know, on the spokes like this. Yeah, that's what it was. Just this right here. Let's try that again. Maybe oh, wait a sec. I don't want to waste more time on this, but I've got, like, the basic principle correct. I just need to change where the wheels are. I'll go review that tutorial again. I was about to say yay, but then you just saw what happened. I was merely trying to demonstrate that I had watched a tutorial yesterday, but I need to go back and rewatch that tutorial there. It's fine. It's fine. Like I said, This stuff is not my strong suit. It really isn't. Tears of the Kingdom, I feel, is going to be a game where I need to look up things a lot. Because if I don't do that, I'm going to sit here and I'm going to frustrate people. And here's something that people don't know about little old me. I have performance anxiety. When I start making mistakes, the mistakes compound each other real quick. Because I'm sitting there thinking, oh God, what are people thinking of me, you know, right now, right? What are people, you know, sitting there screaming at the screen, wondering, why the heck is this somewhat educated man not getting this? Like, that's what runs through the back of my mind. And so when I start dealing with stuff like that, I very quickly get frustrated, upset. It's a constant struggle. I don't think it doesn't happen to me it's not a phenomena that happens to me off camera. It's strictly like an on camera, out in public thing. I definitely need to farm up a few more ice choo-choo jellies. Oh, well, we still need to farm these up anyway, because I don't have a blizzard rod right now. All right, sir, would you like to tango? I need you to drop whatever weapon you're carrying, please. That was a bad place to swing. Really bad place to swing. Yeah, don't even think about it. Thank you. All that for a blue moblin horn. Your mom's telling you to go to sleep, so, gotta go? No problem, Mr. Fabian. No problem. Thank you so much for stopping by, and thank you for the few tips you proffered while I was inevitably failing to build a boat 2.0. Hope you have fun playing. Thank you. Much appreciated, my lovely senator and inductee. I do hope you come back again sooner rather than later. And with that, rest well and take care of yourself. We are... Now, the reason I had pointed out these spots is because, if you'll notice, I've put diamond marks on 2 of them. There are caves that contain shrines. We were wondering why we couldn't find these. We thought maybe there were shrines in the depths or something like that pretty early on. No, they're in caves. Still technically the overworld, but they are in caves. So let's go collect some Korok seeds, hopefully for the love of God and everything that is holy. I don't have to build any more contraptions, because the boat thing is going to bother me until I get it correct. Like, it really, really, truly is. I've spent like an hour watching the tutorial, but that clearly, not just an hour, I spent like an hour off and on, you know, like watching a person build a boat, and I just didn't get the mechanics of it. With flightcraft, I might be better, or with land vehicles, I might be a tad better, but watercraft, for whatever reason, seems to elude me. Just gonna climb up using our nice bit of natural stamina that we just got. Also, we do have that amount of Korok seeds. Good. Maybe we'll get a schematic that lets us craft a water vehicle or something. Are you serious, game? Why are you doing this? I can't. No. Get down. Get down. I cannot. It's raining. The game has decided to rain on my parade. Literally. and make it so I have to like find a different way up, or you know, try maybe to like take it in very small steps like this. We did find black bokoblins up here, so I want to be careful that, you know, we don't get ambushed, which is why I paused the game. Pausing in video games is especially important. The only game, or kind of game, I think gets a pass on that is the Soulsborne or Souls-like franchise, where it's like, oh, part of the game is choosing your moments where you can step away from the keyboard, and oh, you really shouldn't play unless you're capable of doing that. This one is pretty easy. You just shoot the acorn, not hard. If you guys want to follow along as we grab said Koroks, you're welcome to do so. For those of you on Twitch, you can type in !TOTK MAP, and that'll get you the object map that we use to help keep track of this stuff. For those of you on YouTube, you can type in star or asterisk TOTK MAP for the same effect. There should be a timer going out with the commands on it for the YouTube folks. For you guys on Twitch, I believe you can type in ! Firebot commands to get all the Firebot commands that I have prepared. Now, we did, in fact... I need to mark that one off. Whenever the game feels like cooperating with me for whatever strange, crazy reason. Or actually, it's not even the game, it's the map. Now, for whatever reason, I'm not allowed to mark that one off. Let me try toggling a filter on the map and see if that does something. Nope, I just perpetually can't do it. It's fine, it's fine, it's fine. Let's just not stress out. Are you serious right now? That is a long distance, friend. Wow, this person really does. Seribot banned him, but not before the combined chat doc display that. Just ignore it. If it says best viewers on blank, just don't click it. Don't even think about typing in the website title. Trust me, you're better off not doing that. Well, the fact that we're finding you and we're not going to a marked Korok suggests that we would have gone there eventually anyway. Just gonna set you down while we figure out. Yeah, that'll be enough of that, thank you. Man, does everyone in their, like, mom want to come after me or something? Get out of here with that. Am I headed the right way? Not really. Alright, what other woodland creatures coming out of the woodwork? Tell me that, game. Okay, before we do that, though, I'm going to save so I don't have to tote this. Actually, I'm probably still going to have to tote it up, but I'm going to save anyway. Yeah, so there they are over there. Come on. Oh, wow. We actually got raw meat. Don't even think about it. I will read that in 2 seconds. I wasn't expect... What the heck? What the heck is that? Bouncy back. I guess you can fuse mushrooms to things. I guess that's not unheard of. Let's see. Hey there, HBK. Well, welcome on in. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well today. Hope you enjoy your stay. Hopefully you're nourished in both body and mind. And you say that you love this game. Got it for your birthday when it came out? Yeah, I've heard a lot. So... even though there's been recent discourse about everyone, not everyone, but a handful of people making YouTube video essays, you know, tearing Tears of the Kingdom to shreds, the consensus seems to be that everyone, you know, generally likes the game or has things about it that they at least like. Game. I was about to say, I don't know what you thought you were doing there. Just don't. Yeah, you can burn. Come on, Mr. Evermean. I'm enjoying, you know, my time in Tears of the Kingdom. You know, building frustrations notwithstanding. Good to know you can flurry rush these. I don't want to, but it's nice to know you at least can do that. I have found my favorite way to farm for beetles. All right. I got what we came here for. All right, Mr. Korok, come on. We got your friend to go find. It's like up there in the hills somewhere. This is a long distance to go for one, not gonna lie. Yeah, I need to get to a good clearing where I can see them. Okay, it's over there. I should probably put a pin in that general direction. That might help. I love my time with Tears of the Kingdom. There are irksome annoyances, like the fact that there are 1,000 Koroks. And yes, there are Korok pairs, right? But here's the deal with the Koroks. For those that don't know, did you know that there are still actually only 900 locations? It's just that they split it up. 800 are in... Nice. It's just that 800 of them are single solitary locations, and 100 of them are dedicated to pairs. They're a bit more, how do I say, spread out. They're a bit more spread out, and there are more types, but there are still too many of them. That's like my biggest complaint. My second biggest complaint is like the snapping. The grid snaps could be better. It's pretty good, and given what the game is going for, and the fact that it's not the only thing the game is doing, is fine. But even so, not having super precise object snapping is kind of a setback. It holds the game back. HBK says, don't get me wrong, you like Breath of the Wild too, but you like this game more. That's fair. I've heard discourse on both sides. I think both are great games. I don't know if I would give this... I don't know if I'd give Tears of the Kingdom the same, you know, modern cult classic status as Breath of the Wild. And it's not that this game doesn't deserve it. It's that it's a sequel, one. And two, Tears of the Kingdom didn't really define the Legend of Zelda franchise as it took on a new spin. Like, Breath of the Wild changed up a lot of expectations. It's like, it's the perception of the game that really makes it so that I would say that Breath of the Wild enjoys a nice, modern, cult classic, must-play status. Link, I need you to move, buddy. But both are great, and people need to stop comparing the two games. They're not the same. They're not the same. It's not an apples to oranges comparison. It's an apples to pomegranates comparison. Or like an apples to pears comparison. They're both related to each other, both have the same kind of flesh, produce the same type of seed, but the taste is different, the culinary uses are different, the presentation is different. You can't present a pear the same way you can present an apple, so on and so forth. But both are delicious fruit. Okay, which one on my map did I end up getting? The one between the River of the Dead. That ought to be... Yeah, it's this one right here. Yeah, that is a long distance to go for that. Let's try to get back to what we were doing. Okay. The map actually let me track it this time. Good, good. I have no idea why it was having conniptions, but... Bloopy, give me your photo. A free, just untransformed Bloopy. I'm pretty sure the bubble frogs are transformed, mutated Bloopies. That's a thing that's, I guess, has been quite common in this game, is just mutating creatures as like a much bigger deal. We're pulling the cork. That what we're doing? Yeah, that's exactly what we're doing. No, I don't want to delete that, or I don't want to take a photo. Okay, I need, like... I need to, like, be able to tug that or something. Ah, we fasten a giant rock to it, and it will definitely work. Just like that. This one, I think, is really cool. Pull the plug. I like these. They make you think. Now, we did... Okay, who... Oh, my God. HBK says, sequels aren't meant to be the same as how you look at it. I agree. And I think these games complement each other perfectly. Yeah, at least in terms of the story, I would definitely say that. Game mechanics, I don't know. Could go either way. Yeah, I don't know. Just back up a bit. I'm glad these are just everywhere in local forests. That way, Oh, there's a second one. Okay, come on, go this way. Thank you. I hope I don't keep bumping into ever means. That would really suck. Yeah, they definitely complement each other. I agree with that sentiment. It's just... How do I word this? Let me make sure I've fully read your point and I'm not just, you know, spouting off at the hip. Yeah, I do see how they complement each other. And again, in terms of the story, I would definitely say they do that. You very easily can see how one builds off of the other. You can see that the mechanics are extensions, so like of what we saw in Breath of the Wild, where our arsenal was very limited. In Tears of the Kingdom, you can fuse things to arrows, and instead of having Cryonis, you know, to make an ice platform, you can lob an ice choo-choo jelly at it, and it'll do this at a puddle of water. And is that I feel like there's a flower trail here, but maybe I'm just mistaken. You can create ice platforms all on your own. You don't need a power. You just need items. You can find things to make explosions for you. You don't need to use, you know, your slate to do that. Yeah, I definitely see that Tears of the Kingdom's mechanics are extensions of Breath of the Wild's mechanics. They're just not extensions in the way we think of them. They aren't directly sequels of one another. They aren't directly just improvements on the base thing. They're actually bona fide different mechanics that somehow manage to cover the same bases. Which I think is what makes Tears of the Kingdom... it's one of the things that I think Tears of the Kingdom has going for it. There's a lot more creativity in how you find your solutions. Whereas I would say because of that creativity, if people want something simpler, you know, something where they're not racking their brains for creative solutions, because that can be exhausting for whatever reason, then Breath of the Wild is a good game. And it didn't start out as a sequel, it started out as DLC. Ah, yes, the very, very, very titular... It wasn't a DLC, or it was a DLC, and then it became a second game. There's a similar game that I talk about all the time in reference to Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom, and that would be Xenoblade Chronicles. Xenoblade Chronicles 2 had it had a whole second game that was at first DLC. It was called Xenoblade Chronicles 2 Torna the Golden Country. It was a sequel that took place in the past, so a prequel. It wasn't until later that Monolith Soft discovered, oh, this should probably just be its own game. And that's when the Switch cartridge was marketed as like its own thing. We're gonna come over here, just mark these. I bet it's on top of the steeple. So yeah, Xenoblade Chronicles 2 is... Oh, I love that game. I beat it. We did beat it on the channel. You know what I should do? Is I should make a list of all the games we've beaten on this channel. Because my friend group seems to think I have a chronic issue of not completing games. And that's not at all the case. It's just, I struggle to separate... Oh no, I don't want to fight you. Absolutely not. But... is that a Talus over there? It is. Do I want a Talus heart? Yes. How badly do I want one? Not really. Let's keep moving. We've lost a good chunk of time to the boat 2.0 antics. Yeah, it's always interesting when a game starts out as DLC and then it becomes its own game later. Although according to... I find it interesting that you actually say that, HBK. Because when I read the cutting room floor, because we did this at the end of Breath of the Wild, we visited the cutting room floor website where people had meticulously documented some things that never quite made it into Breath of the Wild. There were discussions that more or less said, you know, a lot of the things that didn't make it into Breath of the Wild and just ended up being their own game. Like, there was not, those things were not proposed as DLC material. So I'm curious where you came up with that, or if that's speculative. Both are fine. I'm curious. Hey there, NK. Welcome on in. Good to see you, good sir. Hopefully you're doing well in both body and mind. Hope you enjoy your stay. You've come in just in time. We are cleaning up the last of the Koroks on the Plateau, and then once we've done that, we will be working toward all the chasms and the caves that we missed. Like, that's basically how I've structured the LP, for those that aren't super familiar, is we take a pass through the overworld and through Sky first, and then we go through the caves. Because the depths can be exhausting or spooky. It's nice to be able to step out and take a breather if we want to for a cave. You've seen a video on YouTube for the subject? Gotcha. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. That's totally fine. I was just curious where you got that information from. I would love if you happen to have the video on hand, or you know what content creator made that, so I can look at it for myself, because that's stuff I can bring up at the end of this Let's Play when we do the exact same thing, where we go through the cutting room floor, we take a look at interviews that, you know, the devs or voice actors have sat down to do for this game. Like, I don't want to just play the game. I want to really absorb everything for all it's worth. And discussions like that are actually really useful. A, it saves me a lot of time, and B, assuming the content creator has done their homework, you know, there will be resources that I could just pull from directly. And that's a nice thing to have. It really truly is. Okay, why don't we... His name is Zeltic? I think I've heard that name. Let me write that down. Getting a bit old, so if I don't write things down, I tend to forget. Zeltic. Z-E-L-T-I-K. Okay. Thank you very much, HBK, for your extra information. That's incredibly useful. Ah, the qualms of not having a stream deck. Tell you what. You're welcome, HBK says. Oh, I need to get rid of that program before I accidentally click on it for some major reason. Okay, where... Now, I believe I think there might be something off this way. Let's go take a look. If over here was like an enemy base in Breath of the Wild, so I'm curious to see if something maybe has perhaps changed there. Maybe perhaps a shrine is over that way? Gotcha, Mr. Hightail Lizard. That is not at all... Well, actually, we could use that to get a better vantage point. That we should definitely do that. What other RPGs or action adventure games have you guys played recently? Good lord, I can't talk. Sorry about that, everybody. Oh, hello, Mr. Wizrobe. A Thunder Wizrobe. HBK says he does in-depth videos. You hear that off in the distance, my senators and inductees? That is an ad storm. In about 5 minutes, it'll blow over us, and then we can get right back to the gaming. Thanks. As HBK was saying, he does in-depth videos on all Zelda games and lore. Cool, cool. Then I will definitely check him out. And hopefully at the end of this very long Let's Play, you know, I can maybe add some things to that. Or not to that video, but to the discussion of, like, content. Yeah, I'm gonna need you to, like, stop. I'm dead. It happens. It's nice to see the elemental death feature makes its return. So the reason I asked about the RPG thing was that I bought Oblivion Remastered recently. That's the Elder Scrolls 4 Oblivion Remastered. And I've even got a mod pack to go with it. Oh my god, it's... chef's kiss. What can I say? Unreal Engine looks good. There's a reason why everyone's using it. HBK says he loves this game. I'm glad that Zeltic does love this game. I think a lot of people have good reasons to like it. It's just, you know, you also have the game's detractors. People who have compelling reasons why maybe you should think twice before getting this game. Or be like, hey, you should know about all of the nuances that go into Tears of the Kingdom before you just buy it. There are annoyances that you should be aware of, and so on. Now, what you guys heard earlier was the advertising warning. We take breaks about every hour here on the channel. First, I really want to thank you guys so much for hanging out with me up to this point. I really appreciate it. If you guys like this content and hadn't considered doing so already, please subscribe on YouTube or follow on Twitch. Those are free, easy methods to help the channel grow. And they only take a few clicks. Please make sure the notification bells are turned on if you don't want to miss the content. And let's see, when was the last time the Discord timer showed up? Okay, let me put out some Discord stuff as well. Before talking about the Discord, our commercial breaks last about 3 minutes. There will be a timer on the screen, and as soon as that commercial break is finished, you know, and the timer is over, then, you know, we'll pick up right where we left off. Oh, yeah, absolutely not. Don't even think about it. If I didn't have to run a commercial break, I wouldn't. But, you know, it's mostly for the people on Twitch. Don't even think about it. It's mostly for the people on Twitch so that they're not inundated with pre-roll. I had better heal up like it's nobody's business. Oh, that was nice. Oh, okay, yep. Just run. And there's lightning, because of course there is. Oh, and if I don't change that, I'm definitely gonna... Oh, and then it stopped thunderstorming. Nice. See you guys after the break. My apologies, folks. I am back. Let's go ahead and do that. Get that out of the way. My apologies. I didn't even get to finish my sentence. I got caught up fighting the Thunder Wizrobe, which I'm quite sure I didn't take a picture of the second time, but it's fine. I'll just take a picture of it during the off-screen time. I did snap it on screen, so I feel a little bit less guilty about going back to getting the snap for it off screen. Where were we? You joined the Discord. Thank you very much, HBK. I hope you enjoy all the benefits that come along with being on the Discord. We have a hold on just a second. Let's go ahead and grab that. We have places to post pictures. We can talk about stuff in the gaming channel. I know recently both NK and Shiny were talking in there about glitches or like demonstrating various things in Tears of the Kingdom. What else? I also regularly release thumbnails in there. And if anyone's a paying customer, you know, they get to see the thumbnails early. That's like another thing that I do to try to maybe incentivize people to financially support me if at all possible. But that shilling is for next hour, not right now. We picked up 2 new ingredients, so let's read those. Electric Keys Eyeball. Electric Keys eyeballs are imbued with electric power and are useful in making elixirs. And we know about the homing property on eyeballs. The eyeballs have been a godsend for fighting Froxes. Let me tell you what. Killing blue-white Froxes over and over again would be hard if you didn't have eyeball. Not supremely difficult, because you still need bomb flowers to effectively try to kill them reasonably, but having eyeballs to attach to your arrows does help. Electric Keys Wings, a rare electric Keys wing. It's electrically charged and will shock everything around it when stimulated. All right, let's sort that by type and let's keep moving. More importantly, we're going to dump our current rod and pick up a new one. Now there used to be different tiers of rod. Let's see. Yeah, okay. Oh, no, it is different. Yeah, the rod shape is different, but it's still registered as a magic rod? Interesting. Is that? Oh, that's a like. That's what that is. That's a frickin' like hanging from the ceiling. Well, come on, Mr. Like. I guess I haven't really seen these guys attack yet, so makes sense. Goodbye, Mr. Like. Shock-like stone, a stomach stone exposed to high voltage inside the body of a shock-like. It maintains some charge even outside the creature. Cook it with a critter to make an elixir. Interesting. Very interesting. I'm willing to bet we can take a picture of this. We sure can. Let's do that. HBK says that you use the eyeballs on enemies that fly too. Yeah, that might not be a bad idea. I should maybe use them on a few of the Aracuda that like to fly around. Or heck, even Keys. I bet that would have helped me earlier, dealing with the electric Keys. Maybe not, since it was close, but you never know. More importantly, though, this was the thing I believe I came here for. Let's head in here and see what puzzles lie in store. Force transfer. Ooh, this feels like a Ultra Hand and a Rewind puzzle combined into one. Let's find out. Okay. Can't grab any of those. Yeah, just like that. And then here's the question. How do we get this to move? This shrine is fun. Oh, I have the feeling I'm going to enjoy it. I just need the time to make it happen. Probably need something to make it move. Oh no, that's a crystal switch. Okay, so now I know what the crystal switches look like. That is a very well hidden. I should say it's that well hidden of a crystal switch, but like, it is a nice looking crystal switch. Usually they're kind of easy to spot. Even in Breath of the Wild, you could kind of tell. That I thought was just like a fixture or something. Even with the glow it was giving off, I thought I didn't register that it was a switch at first. Okay, so we have a mechanism upon which we could maybe place... Yeah, okay, maybe something like this. And then... How do we make this? Oh, we just literally do this. Don't be dense, coin. Don't be dense. It's just a lever arm. You can just break that off. And then we can simply attach these like this. That is not correct. And then climb up. Or wait, will that even work? You know, of course that wouldn't work. Oh, just do this. Learning new things every day. Oh, I'm excited. A powerful bow for Captain Construct. They're still fireproof. It's more complex than earlier models. The bowstring is extremely tense and requires great strength draw. Let's get a picture of this before I forget. And maybe bloody save the game so I don't have to worry about that again. I'm upset that I'll have to go back and get that electric or that Thunder Whiz robe. That's annoying. Okay, then we just ascend like this. Yeah, this one's fun. This one was fun. I enjoyed it. And I'm willing to bet. Come on, Link. You were able to climb this earlier. I'm willing to bet I did not solve that the intended way. I'm pretty sure I did not do that the intended way. I'm pretty sure, because you could, like, move these on a track. You were totally meant to use the track to, like, solve it. HBK says, and I love how you can, I love how you can come up with your own ways to solve shrines as well. I agree. That has the creativity in solutions is nice. Even if I personally struggle with that, I can see how you know, how open-ended the solutions are being a good thing for this game. Because what if the inverse were true? You know, right? What if you needed to make something specific and the game wouldn't take your creative solution to the problem? It wouldn't register. I think people would have dropped the game in like 5 seconds over that perceived frustration. So having the creativity is nice. Oh, I just hope I learn the, you know, ins and outs of the physics engine, and I figure out how to attach the parts at some point. Like, I had the basics figured out, but again, the boat thing really bothers me. Like, I definitely should have gotten that by now. So, what, maybe, I don't know. Yeah, that's gonna bother me. That's gonna be a source of wounded pride for me. Oh my god, yes, I literally have to get down. Get down. I literally have to just find a different way up that doesn't require me climbing so much. I can't wait until we find the slick resistant items, because that's like gonna be the stuff I keep on hand at all times. I have an associate, her name is Axel LPS. She's on Twitch. It's mainly where she makes her content. And Axel and I complain about the weather being inopportune in this game all the time. Or in Breath of the Wild, like all the time. No, get down, just wait it out. Ah, my goodness. All right. With Tears of the Kingdom, at least there is a solution to slick surfaces. With Breath of the Wild, you either learned how to fly, aka you went and grabbed Rivali's Gale first, or, you know, you grabbed the climbing gear and you learned how to do, like, I don't know, what is it, wind bomb sailing or wind bomb paragliding? Bomb jumping, something like that. And you fly really fast to where you're going. Or you're patient and you just climb up the entire way without jumping. Nope. Literally cannot. It's not raining again. Good. Up there. Okay, don't do that. Where else can I climb up at, though? HBK says that the only thing that still really annoys me about this game is too much rain. Yes. Too much rain. I think I should have used the surface like was on. My god. Like, I get it. We have Ascend, right? The rain shouldn't matter because we could just climb through material like this. But, like, come on. It's still annoying. It's still annoying. But, you know, the rain can be annoying in real life. Then again, this isn't real life. I don't know. I'm trying to, like, not get super upset about it. Because it's just a game. It's only a game. Why are you mad? You love Ascend? It's my favorite ability. I feel like such a dirty cheater when I play this game, when I use this ability in the game. Even though I know the game accounts for it, it still feels like cheating. And I find that hilarious. You there. I can tell you've trained your body well. Just looking at you, I'd say you're familiar with sword and bow alike, yes? I wager you could learn to manipulate the ground with the earthquake technique. Why not join the Yiga clan and do so? Well, just hear me out before you turn down the offer. The Yiga clan is a powerful, brave group of warriors founded by Master Koga and dedicated to defeating a truly repugnant hero. All things considered, I'd say our meeting here was fairly fortunate. Wouldn't you agree, my dear Link? Now die! Don't even think about it. Bye. I should have taken his picture is what I should have done. Oh well. I can get his picture another time. Wow, so not only are they out on the roads, but you can also just find them random places. Oh, and I gotta be careful, because my mouth can and does stick together. Gotta really pronounce that Y in Yiga clan, because if you don't, well, my mouth might just stick together in a way that might make it sound like Iga clan instead, like Iga Kogarashi, or I think that's his name. You know, the guy that literally is responsible for the coined term Egamania. Or no, Egavania, excuse me, an Egavania title, like Bloodstained. I should get back to playing that game. I like Bloodstained a lot. All right, that's another Korok marked off the map. We're getting close. We're about halfway done, and then we can move on. We could definitely move on. All right. Your next one is like over here. So, I think the Koroks are definitely more fun in Tears of the Kingdom. I like the variants and the puzzles. I just wish there were less of them. 900 locations, man. Still too many. Couldn't we have, I don't know, say, had another shrine type deal with these? Ah. Nice. I'll go ahead and mark that. The Yiga foot soldiers are so silly and almost a joke to fight. Yeah. They might be a tad annoying with the teleporting around, but quite honestly, they're not all that bad. I assume the Blade Masters make a return as well, eventually. Okay, next one is up at the lake. With like the, you know, earthquake technique, I think it was just called. The Blade Masters were fun. And I even got a chance to use paraglider against them in Breath of the Wild. They're also silly. Oh, what do you know? Some Koroks just don't change, ladies and gentlemen. And non-binary people. They just don't change. Yes, give me all these goodies, thank you very much. Okay, the one is probably at the top of the steeple, or maybe in the same place as, same place, no, because that's at the top, isn't it? I guess let's find out. The place also looks like it's not open to the environment anymore. So I'm gonna have to be a little bit careful with climbing this. Oh, but it is nice. This is a nice place for sore eyes. Let me tell you. Definitely a nice place for sore... oh. It's more open, not less open. Never mind. I said that without looking at this other side, I guess. Let me guess. Korok seed up here? No. You think there would be. Hello, found some time to join the stream. Hey there, Shiny. Welcome back, good sir. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well today in both body and mind, and I hope you enjoy your stay. Me and HBK were just talking about various Tears of the Kingdom related things, like how silly the Yiga clan foot soldiers are. But I'm glad you could find the time to come here. How did your exam go, if you don't mind my asking? Because I know you had talked about that and you were studying for it. I hope that went well for you. Okay, there's definitely Korok at the top of this. Guaranteed. This is a nice nostalgic view. It's nice to see this. I'm just gonna take a picture of that. Shiny says doing very well. Good, good. You are sleep deprived. Unfortunate, but awake enough to ace the exam and do some preparations for this weekend's big trip. Ooh, nice, nice. I'm glad you aced the exam. That's always a good thing to, have under your belt before you go out on a big trip. Let me go ahead and mark this one and that one. Okay, so moving back over here, having aced or having felt like you did decently on an exam is always a good thing. I can't tell you the number of college exams I had where I'm like, well, at least I did my best, or, I feel pretty good about the result of, nice, I'm glad I found this, or, I found, or I know I did pretty well on the exam or whatever. It was always nice to have those, as opposed to moments or slices of time where you're like, I'm not sure how I did on this exam. And, I sit with a weekend full of fear and trepidation instead. That's an equivalently awful thing to have to experience instead. So I'm happy that's not the case for you. And I hope you enjoy the big trip. Since I know you're making preparations for that. Hopefully it's a fun trip, but if it's a business trip, then I hope it's productive as well. I am trapped under the water behind the stone gate of the Great Plateau. What did I just bump into? You are trapped under the water. Let me make sure I read that correctly. I am trapped under the water behind the stone gate of the Great Plateau. Okay. Stone gate of the Great Plateau makes me think of, like... Stone gate. That makes me think of, like, one of the caves we haven't gone in yet. Okay. In the meantime, let's keep cracking away at these Koroks. We will eventually get them all, and then we can start with the cave systems. Yeah, it's time to mark some off to go collect. Let's see, so there's one here. And there's one... looks to be right around there. And then there's another one... maybe say right here. Let me catch up on chat here. Yes, this one exam has been taking your sleep away. Nice, or not nice. Managed to force yourself to sleep for maybe like 2 hours. You're glad this weight's off your shoulders at last. That's good. I'm glad that weight's off your shoulders. Although, depending on, how the courses and stuff are going, there might be another exam lurking around the corner. Can't rest easy yet until the terms are up, Shiny goes on to say, oh, have you seen the chest in the highest room of the Temple of Time? I have not. I should probably go look at that. You know what? Wait, no. I did see something that looked like a chest, but I'll go back and look at it after after I've marked these areas. HBK says, exploring the caves are fun as well. Yeah, the caves have been one of my favorite things that I've been looking forward to so far. Okay, we're gonna go up here. I'll probably want the cold resistance gear ready to go. I'll probably wear that in just a moment. This one, and last but not least, one basically right here, not quite at the top of Mount Hylia, but pretty close. All right, got it. Oh, but we're still here at the Temple of Time? Okay, that's pretty easy. All right, this is where we met Rome, Bosphoramus, Hyrule in the previous game. So I guess it's fitting there's a chest up here. What do we have? Please tell me it's a bow. Nostalgic fabric. Tough fabric bearing a nostalgic design. It looks like it could be used to make a paraglider. Because if we open our paraglider here, it's a different design. Oh, I know what this is for. You could use this to reskin your paraglider. So it looks like the one from Breath of the Wild. That I recognize the color scheme from anywhere. That's awesome. That's also nice to have this place cleared up of Guardian rubble. Man, this kingdom cannot catch a break. I definitely wonder what was going through Zelda's mind with the Plateau ruins, if anything. Oh, no. Did they turn that into a stronghold? Only the degree exam before me, but there's no rush for that. You can take your sweet time, relax, and enjoy the concert at the weekend and tackle the last challenge with a fresh mind. That is awesome. Who's playing at the concert you're going to, if and you don't mind my asking? I've never attended a concert, so I'm not super familiar with the experience, and it is something I've been wanting to put on the bucket list for a while now, but never quite got the chance. It's Lincoln Park, good sir. Ah, yes. Lincoln Park. Host, Chester Bennington. I'm here, Mr. Shinoda's keeping the good group together. How's the music with them been lately? Has it been good stuff? I used to be a Lincoln Park fan back when Bennington was around, and then slowly shifted away towards classical music and synthwave after that. HBK says you have the Twilight fabric for mine. Good to know there are multiple fabrics. Ah. I think I know. Does this want bananas? These have like the Yiga clan symbol on them, so that makes me think 3 bananas. This is probably incorrect, but I'm gonna at least try. Hey! Emily's been doing great following Chester's footsteps thus far. Huge fan of her voice. Ah, so they put a female lead, in place of Chester. Gotcha. Yeah, that makes sense. Chester had a particularly, fantastic register. So having a female, fill his shoes makes some sense. I hope you enjoy that concert for what it's worth. I see, are there other opening acts? And Linkin Park is the main act, or are they the opening act? Just out of curiosity. A farming tool used to collect hay efficiently. It's light enough to be used by anyone. The 4 prongs are very sharp. Yeah, what are these? Did I walk into Yiga clan headquarters or something? Or what? I'm very curious as to what happened here. Ah! I'm gonna save right now in case things get gnarly. And I'll also read chat in case things get too complicated. It's part of a large festival. Ah, okay. That makes some sense then. And Linkin Park is the main course? Understood. I take it, since you're going to be going to the concert and all, are you going to be sticking around for any of the other festival activities, or is it just the concert? Out of curiosity. Who's there? Wait, you. You're Link? Thought you'd ambush us, did you? Well, you're the one getting ambushed today. Frick. Oh, that definitely surprised me and came out of nowhere. Okay, I definitely kept the snap of the foot soldier then. We just need to get this guy. Oh, pay attention, coin. Mainly the concert, understood, but we'll be checking out other things too, and exploring the new city while I'm at it. That is awesome. Come on, do your, earthquake technique or whatever. Alright, fine. 2 can play at this game. Stop that. Oh, I should try parrying it. Come on. Oh, I thought maybe that would, set him back. Eightfold long blade, and of course not even the Yiga clan member blades were spared. A long blade that no longer cuts as well as it once did, due to its decayed edge. However, when wielded by a proficient fighter, it cleaves the wind and creates a vacuum. Yep, it sure does, and I don't even care for it. That Blade Master did get cooked. It was funny he ended up being right where he was for that. Yeah, I certainly wasn't intending to roast him. I was intending to fight him, normally. Ooh, hello. I'm working as fast as I can. Please, just give me a little more time. Wait, you're not one of them. You chased off the Yiga clan? You mean I could get out of here? Hurrah! Those Yiga guys were forcing me to make weird outfits for them. It was awful. Why me? Your guess is as good as mine. Maybe because of my reputation for flashy fashion? I only let CC brand threads touch this body. I'm sorry, I had to do a double take with that sentence. I don't know why, but hearing the words, I only let CC brand threads touch this body, makes me think of like America's Next Top Model levels of sass. You know, you guys know what I'm talking about? You know, with like Tyra Banks, it's a whole show that she made, and you know, women that end up becoming models on America's Next Top Model get chewed out rather regularly. I feel like this is something Tyra Banks would say. I don't know why, it just does. She is like the classic example of a girl boss. Which is a good thing, by the way. Girls should be girl bossing. Just, you know, maybe be careful with who you're girl bossing. That would be my issue. I don't want this mask I made to fall into their hands, but I can't bring it with me. Say, would you want to take this? Yay for stealth gear. Too bad it's the Yiga clan. A mask supplied to members of the Yiga clan. It covers the entire face, keeping even breath sounds to a minimum. Perfect for sneaking, but lacks protection due to its light material. That thing is decidedly not my style, but if it's yours, more power to you. I'm actually dressed like this so that I confess my feelings to the woman who stole my heart. You mean another mycologist? I hear they're pretty fun guys.
Sure, Jan.
It's against the law.
I should stop making jokes now. Her name is Nobo. These jokes are gonna write themselves, I swear. She's beautiful with a fashion sense that rivals my own. She's probably in a stable somewhere, I think. Maybe. Letting them CC threads touch her body. Okay. The CC thread bit is definitely cringe. Definitely cringe. Sorry, the CC brand threads are gonna... I got sent with that for whatever reason. At any rate, we're meant to be, so I know that fate will guide me toward her. Take care now. I hope you find someone to love too. Thank you for the sentiment, Qatar. You know, I don't care if CC brand threads touch them. Just wear some clothes. Just wear some clothes. Is that how we're gonna find the Yiga set, by the way? Is we're gonna have to go to these, like, longhouses, basically, or headquarters, and... Ah, yes, if you take a look, I can see this right here. We're here at the Great Plateau. There's one in the Highlands, or maybe out in the desert wasteland. You've got one out toward what appears to be the Great Northern Forest. And you've got another one right at the very edge, maybe somewhere in Akala. I'm going to take a picture of this. I'm also going to capture it in case I delete it, so that I have this as reference. Read the Yiga Clan Journal? Absolutely. The Yiga Bulletin. Confidential updates from the hideout. Item 1. Our research division has developed the new vehicles, the Gloom Dredger and Hoverdoom Mark III. If one of these vehicles is damaged, please contact a member of the research division in the depths right away. Item 2. It is imperative that all espionage agents in the field learn the Earthquake technique. Addendum. The Earthquake technique can only be learned at the hideout's training area. Okay. Rest in peace, Mr. Bosphorus. Rest in peace. I'm sorry that they converted your log cabin into a hideout. This absolutely disgusting. Okay, let me mark off that Korok seed. Just when you think you weren't going to learn anything new today, you in fact learn a boatload of new things. Let me see. I want to make sure I haven't missed chat or anything. No, it doesn't appear so. Good, good. Oh, missing chat messages is something that as a content creator, I'm like very paranoid about. I'm constantly double checking to make sure that if someone said something, you know, I'm aware that at least they've said it, even if I can't respond right then and there. Oh, no, you don't. I am not letting you guys ambush me today. Eat a dazzle fruit and, like, get out of here. This has been... I love the dazzle fruit. These encounters are much less annoying now that I have them. Thank you again to Mr. Shiny for giving me that tip. It's helped with gloom enemies. It's helped with like a fair few different encounters. Hello. What do we have here? Ah. Thankfully, I already know what to do with this. Maybe not. Are you serious? Stop. Get help. Alright, how do we want to, like, tilt this? First, is there the same gaps at the bottom? Looks like it. So we're not filling the bottom part, we're filling this, like, middle section here, I think. Except there's no way that's correct. I think I might have even had it right the first time. Just flip it around like so, and there we go. Just took me a second to manipulate that. For those of you on Twitch, sorry YouTube, I just don't have the command infrastructure for this, and I would have to completely redo the counter. Although, it is technically manipulating a text file. I wonder if I can configure it to manipulate the same text file. I'll look into it again, but in the meantime, for you guys on Twitch, if you guys want to increment the counter, if you guys feel like being helpful, you know, that's not required. You guys being here is more than enough. But if anyone does want to, you know, just play around with the counter on the screen underneath my webcam, exclamation mark seed grow will increment the counter by 1. Exclamation mark seed shrink will decrement the counter by 1, decrease it by 1. And exclamation mark seed sow space and then a number will let you put any number you want between 1 and 1,000 into the counter display. So if people want to be trolly, they can do the okay. Be very quiet. We hunting for wabbits. We hunting for boquoblins. Dang it! Stop. Nah, you guys need to keep doing this. I know I'm spending a lot of a lot of dazzle fruit on this, but I do not want to fight these things more than is reasonably necessary. I'm glad that this, like, really hard crowd control exists, by the way. Okay, I'm gonna freeze you in place, I think. Oh, it broke. It broke. I need to do it like this. Don't even think about it. Oh. Okay. That wasn't like super exhausting or anything, but it's nice that it's nice that I have found another use for Dazzle Fruit. HBK asks, can I offer you a tip? Sure. Sure, absolutely. A large sword, now decayed, issued from the royal family's guard. It's tuned for skilled users and yields a powerful flurry rush during a perfect dodge. I am definitely going to be using this later. We got several sticks to grab. Or several sticks to fuse to metal weapons. Let me say it like that. That was absolutely fantastic. Fantastic performance. I just missed the initial sneak strike. And I wasn't sneaking quite right. Or else that would have gone a whole lot better. At least it's done now. Drop that. Get another one. Give me 1 second, guys. I just heard scratching at my door. I'm pretty sure that's my black lab getting spooked for whatever reason. Yes, what? You gonna come hang under my desk midnight? Come on, baby girl. Let's sit down. Good girl. Yeah, sorry for the doggo interruption, but if my pets are scared, I'm gonna let them in the office so that I can, you know, pet them and love them. Do you guys have any pets? Out of curiosity? Pets are great, especially if you're living by yourself. You know, pets are like a great way to like help keep you calm. Like being completely serious. You know, it's just, I guess if you're going out a whole bunch, you know, then you've got like the whole separation anxiety to deal with for pets. Maybe don't do that. But, you know, even something like a ferret or a fish would do wonders for the human psyche. Really, truly. I highly recommend pets. I have 2 dachshunds and a black lab. And black lab is usually scared as hell. Lately, one of my neighbors somewhere nearby, has been taking to popping the fireworks at night during like the entirety of June for whatever ungodly reason they could come up with. I hate it. It wakes up the black lab every night. You know, I'm gonna make a new axe while we're right here. There, perfect. And then these other 2 can have, what do I want to put here? I don't know if I want to waste Horrible horns on this. I think what I want to do instead is I think what I want to do instead is turn these into swords. Nice. Okay, that exchange is finally all finished. Let me guess, there's something underneath here. Of course there is. I'm getting better at spotting these when I see them on the map. I don't even have to, like, crack open the Korok tooltip to take a good look at what these might be. And I usually don't crack open the tooltips, but if I will crack them open if I'm, like, uncertain about what I'm supposed to do precisely. That's usually when the object map comes out. You hear that off in the distance, my senators and inductees? That is an ad storm. In about 5 minutes, it'll blow over us, and then we can get right back to the gaming. Thanks. Well, guys, that would be my cue to do the major shilling for the stream. I've talked about the free, easy methods to help the content out, to help the channels grow. And of course, you guys don't even have to like, you don't have to like the VOD, you don't have to subscribe, you don't have to follow. Your presence here is more than enough for me. But if you do wish to be financially supportive in any capacity, I have lots of things that you can look at. If you're on Twitch, I recommend checking out the About Me section underneath the donations panel. There are a whole bunch of things in there. Some of the options are also baked into Twitch, like, you know, subscriptions or bits. Those are both, like, in-house ways that help both myself and Twitch as a company, or as a platform, I should say. For those of you on YouTube, I'm going to recommend checking out the link tree in the description. Those have both my Patreon and my Ko-fi pages. Okay, get down, get down, get down. Just get down, all the way down. And for just $1 a month, I swear Link is having issues with, like, this platform. Let's stand here a second. I have... Truly, if I could charge $1 per month for everything, I'd probably do that. But I can't. I can on Ko-fi and Patreon. They won't yell at me, so it's $1 on there. But Twitch, you know, the tier 1 subscription has to be a set price. Twitch makes those rules, not me. Yeah, get down, get down. Just find a different way up. Don't sit there doing the same thing over and over again. Game's not gonna let you climb right now. But it is what it is. Of course, if you guys click on the stuff and read, that's good enough for me. If you guys are like, meh, no thank you, you know, just make the content. That's cool. I'll totally make the content. And thank you for your opinion. I am saving right now before things get worse. Is that, I think I managed to snap the picture. I did. Good. Save again, because I don't want to do that again. That was the 5-minute warning for the commercial breaks. So for those people on Twitch, we do take a commercial break. For you guys on YouTube, it's going to be rather lonely. 3 minutes. Sorry, that's just how it is. You know, I run the commercial breaks to keep the pre-roll down to a minimum and all that fun stuff. But all the commercial breaks are scheduled. There is a timer on the screen. As soon as that timer has disappeared, you know, I'm usually back at my desk, ready to go. I definitely recommend you guys get up, grab snacks, take a break, and what have you. And, you know, we'll be resuming right after the commercial break. But Mr. Monkey Funk 4D, hi. Good to see you, good sir. Sorry for not responding first thing. I was right in the middle of explaining the commercial breaks because one's gonna happen real soon. How are you doing, good sir? Good to see you. Hopefully you're well in both body and mind, and I hope you enjoy your stay. How goes the moving? I know you talked about filling out the house when I was on stream yesterday, but you managed to fill out any more of it, good sir. If you guys don't know who Monkey Funk 4D is, you should definitely check him out. He's a variety content creator like myself. He plays everything, just about. So he and I have quite the overlap. If our game libraries had the exact same overlap, that is. But you guys should on Twitch should definitely go check him out. Here comes that shout out. Now, we probably have none yet. The filling in will be over the next couple of months as you save and get more things. Gotcha. That's good. I'll gab at you a bit more after the commercial break is over, good sir. Sorry about that, folks. All my commercial breaks are automated on timers, so that's why I kind of like have to rush to get things out the door during those last 5 minutes, because the alternative is me taking literally 5 minutes or 2 minutes to get everything primed and firing manually. Having things on scripts is nice. Mr. Monkey Funk, good sir, if you're still here, happy Canada Day. And can't work on Canada's Day? I agree. Too bad the same truth does not hold for the 4th of July. There are some institutions that are closed on 4th of July, and there are a lot more that are open, trying to make their money, because especially fireworks shops. Yeah, I'm just setting some things up on my end, good sir. Yep, I hear ya. I definitely hear you on that one. But yeah, happy Canada Day. I hope you find something fun to do during that. Ooh, I love money. Mr. Krabs somewhere. That was... I can't do the Mr. Krabs voice. I can't get... Someone needs to work so that the other can take their time off. That's fair. That's certainly fair. I do think that should be a personal choice, though. Or, like, I guess maybe a corporate choice. I don't know. That was surprisingly good. Only a little bit of work is needed. Lol. I'll have to study the Mr. Krabs voice, but... I'm probably better at pulling off an Emperor Emperor Palpatine, or whoever his name is. Like, very small, shrew-like voices I can do pretty well. Or the absolutely debonair, posh, noble voice. I can do those. But other things, no. No, absolutely not. I've been wanting to work on my vocal skills for a little bit. Helps with the tabletop campaigns, but, well, if you're not DMing, you don't really have a reason to use those voices, so... And I don't generally make characters that rely on those voices either. I have one. He's like a dragonborn rogue that has like a huge chip on his shoulder. I can use the scumbag voice with him if I want to, but why would I? Let's get out of the combat music first, shall we? Really? Yep, that happened. Yeah, beat up the wizard first. Yeah, I'm sure the musical scores, I will say, are pretty good with Tears of the Kingdom, but you can only listen to so much hyped up trumpet and flute noises before it gets annoying. So, hello, Miss Farosh. It's nice to see you here. It's too bad I'm in no really good position to get to do any dragon farming right now. Yeah, so the spirit dragons make their return in Tears of the Kingdom. You can collect their parts, just like you could in Breath of the Wild. Wouldn't you rob that foe of their weapon, though? Good spinster. Absolutely amazing joke. I'm cursed to have an audience that is funnier than me. I jest. I absolutely jest. My audience is definitely funnier than me by a country mile, and it's not even funny. I'm honestly blessed that I have an audience that can make puns. I'm the kind of person you laugh at. I'm the kind of person that does funny things or reacts funny ways. I'm not a person that makes jokes, on average. HBK says, you like Nadra? I like Nadra too. It's my favorite one out of the three, but then again, I was always a goddess of, wisdom, simp, let's say, or a enthusiast. It was my favorite aspect of the Triforce. The power and courage don't mean anything unless you know when to use them. Let's see, Michael. Welcome on in, Mr. Michael DS. Good to see you, good sir. I'm glad you're here. I'm glad you could be here. Hopefully you're doing well in both body and mind. Hope you enjoy your stay. You're just in time. We're wrapping up some Korok's Korok collection first, and we actually have done a shrine or two already. The rest are just in caves. We will probably see about dipping into the nearby cave, though, to find, like, this next shrine, because the less that I have to... the less shrines I have to poke around and look for, the better. Monkey Funk 4D says, congrats. Did we hit 100 subs? I'll have to look later, but thank you. Well, you know what that means. It's time to think about the 100 subscriber sub goal that I have. It'll probably be an AMA, and I'm gonna have, I'm gonna ask some people to maybe field me some questions they want answered. I'm trying to figure out the best way I want to do it. If I make a new vlog, there's a good chance no one's gonna see that. No one's gonna even bother to put comments on it. So I may just do a collection through Discord or something. There will be more details in the Discord announcements, promise. But yes, sir, Mr. Monkey Funk 4D. I do, in fact, multi-stream. I might be adding Kick to that arsenal real soon, depending on how Twitch is, how strict or how aggressive Twitch is going to be with its simulcasting rules moving forward. For those that don't know, this is just a little bit of context, before we get back into the game, because I know we don't want to stare at this. I put this out in my Discord announcements, but recently, there was a prolific content creator. His name's Nutty. For those in the content creation business will know Nutty for, making all the videos that go over the stream tools, and he's like super funny when he does this. His humor is very good. He got a 90-day ban on his Twitch account for having Kick links in his profile. In the thing. You did just hit 100 subs? Awesome. Thank you guys so much for the YouTube subscriptions. It's really nice. It's nice that I'm getting traction on both platforms, finally. I'm struggling to hold some emotions back, but the important part, getting back to what I was talking about, is controversial. I'm about to get controversial for a second. If Hassan Piker, aka Hassanabi on Twitch, can call for the death of a sitting U.S. senator and get slapped with a 1-day ban, just 1 day, for that, for an actual legitimate TOS violation, it's wild that simulcasting gets a 90-day ban. That boggles my mind. Sorry, I know I'm spending more time on this than I should. I just want to make it readily apparent. I'm not going to be streaming to Kick out of choice. I'm going to be streaming there as a backup. In case Twitch starts more seriously enforcing its simulcasting rules. For those that are on YouTube, that really isn't going to affect you. Twitch doesn't look at YouTube the same way it does as, say, maybe Kick or Trovo or Rumble. Rumble would be like the closest thing that YouTube would have to worry about as a competitor in the long-form content market. To give you guys an idea of, like, some of the content creator streamer background going on. I'm setting up my options in case something bad happens. That's all. Kick also has like a relatively nice platform. It's even got a section for small content creators. The only thing I think people should know about Kick is how they make their money. It's a gambling site. That's how they make their money. They don't, and it's why the cuts on ad revenue are as good as they are, is because they don't need to. What the heck is all this? They don't need to, run a whole bunch of advertisements. HBK says he should have had a lifetime ban. Yes. Look, think what you want about Hassan Piker. Think what you want about him. He has the right to express his opinions. But when the opinions border into literally calling for someone else's death and brigading people, or like calling for a brigade on other accounts, I have to eat some apples and I've got to make some food soon. That's when I think it crosses the, oh, he's just saying sensational things to, ban time. If I know of a regular schmuck like myself called for someone's death, Twitch wouldn't bat an eye about giving me a lifetime ban. Like, they wouldn't. That's just so nuts. Ooh, dude. You know what? I could rewind this. You don't discuss stuff like that on social media? That too. Like, Mr. Piker did more than just say it live. Like, he's been saying it a long time. What? It's just... I'm truly flabbergasted at the fact that Mr. Piker was allowed to get away with that. And the fact that the one-day ban was like a slap on the wrist. That's disgusting. But that's enough about that. I only wanted to bring that up because it's the deal with Hassan Piker, as well as like Nutty getting the 90-day ban for what was his crime exactly? Promoting a competitor, aka Kick. That's so brain dead. It's such a brain dead thing. But people are starting to leave. People are really starting to leave Twitch in droves, not only because of the adpocalypse, but also because of... I need to, like, make another platform here. Not only the adpocalypse, but also just the lack of consistent standards. It's wild. It's wild. Wild stuff. NK, welcome on in, good sir. Good to see you again. NK says, feels like the Nintendo charger bricking situation. Like the recent charger bricking situation. I heard someone used a MIG switch and just changed out a cartridge and got banned. I was reading the news today before stream, and wow, that ticks down really fast. And I'm gonna go, did I mark that? I did mark that. Yeah, people are getting their switches bricked for not putting in the correct voltage on a charger. And that might not have been that particular story, but it's the common one I hear when people are like, yeah, so my switch got bricked because I put in the charger. Like, I've seen the Reddit articles. It's because the voltage isn't right. And so the voltage is off. There's a sensor or there are sensors that will basically go and tell Nintendo, hey, this person's trying to mod your console. Brick them. Yeah, that's what that's for. Is because Japan has a really harsh corporate stance on modding consoles. It's like a huge part of the Japanese corporate bottom line that it's actually a really big crime over in Japan. You get a 5 million yen fine and like up to 5 or 7 years in prison for it, for modding a console, like physically modding it, or modding hard like software in Japan to operate outside of its intentional outside of what it normally does. Same deal. Hardware, software, up to 5 million yen fine and up to 5 years in prison. Just wild stuff. NK says it's most likely not true because a YouTuber named Teedle busted this myth in a short. Teedle, you say? I better write that down, because if we're going to talk about this, that's definitely worth researching for later. Let me get a pen real quick. Sorry about that, everybody. Just had to scribble that down. Thank you for the contribution of the name, NK. It's nice to be able to go check that. He is also a Switch modder. Yeah, that makes sense. I'm not doubting what he does. It's just useful to have the name so I can go and refer to it later. You know, I can do my homework, because I don't mind speaking from the hip on issues, especially ones that I feel passionate about, but it's always good to be able to come back and, you know, take a step back and do your own homework and make sure you're not getting led by what I call modern news, where nobody tells the truth and everybody is just saying stuff, just putting things in headlines for clicks, because sensationalized news. Yeah, that happened. I tried to stop him and it didn't work. How far back did I get sent? Do I have to recollect that Korok seed? Like, be careful. This is why I recommend a source of news called Ground News. Ground News is a mobile app, but is also a website that you can use to help see if sources of, you know, media are biased, and if so, you know, is the story being covered by left-wing news, right-wing news, or is there not an echo chamber? You can even check individual users on that platform, because a lot of syndicated talk show hosts are on that platform. You can use that to help you figure out where all of the biases actually really are. I have the app on my phone, and even the free version, it's nice to have. But if you don't get your news from that, you know, do what NK did. Get your news from authentic people who are making shorts. This is why people use TikTok. They use TikTok to get news. They use YouTube shorts to get news, because it's digestible news happening in less than a minute. Oh my goodness. Stop. Ow, foot in the face. Oh, don't continue hacking at that. Don't continue hacking at that. Oh. Save that right away. Also, it's good to go touch grass sometimes. It's good to step away from the news. You know, balance your mental health accordingly. Don't just, don't do what I used to do, which is like constantly be looking for news every day of the week because it's important. If you do that, you're gonna tax your brain. You're gonna stress out like crazy. It's not gonna be funny. Take a break, go outside, touch grass, talk to people, like actually legitimately talk to them. Because I promise you what the internet is going to do is amplify all the negative opinions you'll see on news media. I realize this has gotten quite serious, but I think it's important I talk about it because I have an audience that is relatively on the younger side. These are people that are still likely in middle or high school, or they've just gotten out of high school. Media literacy is at an all-time low right now. People are being critical of news, of journalists, of news organizations, of syndicated radio hosts is at an all-time low because everyone is convinced that we're now in the pick a side category, that there is no room for verifiable truth. And AI makes this worse because now you can't even trust the video that you would use to verify things because now it could be deep faked. So it's really critical that you don't get easily sucked up in can I pick up a claymore? I can. Do I want to? Oh, I technically already have one. I can leave this here for later. Let's go ahead and mark off that particular Korok. And then, last but not least, there's that one, and then we can go look at the cave that I know is in that general direction. We may even spot it on the way to this Korok, and we can go from there. Yeah, just be careful with the news. Is that a frost like? I guess it would make sense that those exist. Try to find a non-syndicated news journalist or like a YouTuber whose focus is on current events and listen to them. Not uncritically, you know, don't just take what they say at face value or anything. Gotta be careful I didn't just... Okay, those clouds aren't moving. Good. I was a little bit worried about that. Yeah, I thought that would probably happen. Ice fruit? Ice fruit. I guess that makes sense. We hadn't really seen any of this type of thing yet. A fruit that generates cold when struck. Cooked correctly, it gives off an effect that strengthens muscles and increases attack power in cold temperatures. Oh, I forgot to take a picture of that. A stomach stone kept cold inside a very low temperature body. It stays cold even outside the body of the creature that contained it. Right, and then you cook it with a critter to make an elixir. Don't mod, people. It's not worth it. You will get the games that you want in due time. That's not going to stop people from modding. If anything, depending on, you know, what critiques people feel Nintendo is not, or not even just Nintendo, but like game companies in general aren't listening to, they may say enough is enough, and you know, we want to mod these things for ourselves. Also, not adjacent to the modding discussion, but not quite on the same note or page as the modding discussion is like game preservation. If you guys don't know what the big argument is, essentially there's this movement called Stop Killing Games that had momentum for a while, and then what is his name? Pirate Software? Think so. I know some Ordinary Gamers / Mudahar talks about it quite a lot, and Moist Critical also talks about the Stop Killing Games movement sometimes. Yeah, this one guy basically went on an entire tirade and managed to grind the momentum for that movement to like an excruciating halt. It was well on its way to surpass 500,000 signatures, and then all of a sudden, the momentum is just dead in the water. Just gonna go ahead and take a picture. I recommend doing your own research, but like preserving old games is important. It's an important thing. This movement, if it were successful, could change how game preservation rules work. You know, they punish legit customers for modders. It's not right. Well, yeah, that's definitely misappropriated punishment for sure, but well, oh, I did not get the Korok seed in that area. I have to go back and grab that. Or I will not be able to because I know what kind of puzzle it is now. Hang on. Let's grab what's here first. River of the Dead Waterfall Cave. I know we're doing things a bit out of order, but sometimes it's just how it goes in Breath of the Wild, or Tears of the Kingdom, or in either of the games for that matter. But this right here is exactly what we came here for. This shrine right here. Let me make sure I've caught up on chat before we step into the shrine. I see your point. However, you know, some people... How do we word this? If you're downloading mods and you're like modding, or you're going well beyond just playing like a fan game or something, like you've actually homebrewed your Switch, or you've homebrewed your Wii U, or whatever. They do know what they're signing up for. You can't just assume that the people that mod their Switches or mod their Wii U's or whatever didn't know what they were doing. Those people, if we were to not infantilize them or assume that they are responsible for their actions, they are responsible for downloading the mod. They're responsible for cracking the Switch or doing whatever they have to do in order to make it work. They are responsible for all of that. That said, the modding practice hurts no one. It hurts nobody. You know, and if it did hurt someone, like there are people that definitely mod consoles in order to get advantages in online service games. Splatoon had it. Dark Souls 3, which I believe got a Switch port. I ought to double check that one. I know there was a Dark Souls game that ended up making its way to the Switch. There are people that, you know, mod things all the time to hack the servers and gain advantages or troll people. Sure, brick those switches. But just someone who wants to explore something new or experience something derivative, like actual art? No. That's wrong. That's like utterly wrong. The practice hurts no one, and as long as no one is making money or attempting to make money off of, you know, like IP material, like no one's attempting to say, oh, I don't know, no one's attempting to like separate the assets from the game and selling the asset, or, you know, no one is paywalling access to the mod. This is like a big thing that's discussed in Elden Ring mods all the time. There are a number of mods that are hidden behind a paywall. Garden of Eyes is an example of this. And all it would take is for someone to get Sony's attention, like, hey, did you know that this person is like marketing their mod off of Patreon? Yeah, you know, they're actually, you know, selling assets. Did you know they're doing that, Sony? Get on that. Ban them. And Sony will, and then Sony will crack down on everyone else. You don't want that. That's a discussion that happens all the time. All it takes is someone being phony. Hey there, Mr. Rasby. Welcome on in. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well, good sir. Hopefully you enjoy your stay. You missed 2 streams because of the stream intro, but now you've remembered to come back. You get a notification, but you don't want to join because you don't want to wait for the... You don't want to wait for the stream info and then forget completely that the stream is there. That the stream intro is there until midnight when it's over. Wait a sec. Let me digest what you just said. So, we're talking about the notification. We're not talking about the little message that gets sent to like emails or whatever on Twitch. We're talking like the thumbnail. We're talking about the temporary image that's stored when you click on a stream. Is that it? You start streaming, you get notification from your app. I know you have a stream intro, so I don't join to wait that. Okay, gotcha. That intro is mostly so that people can file in and get seated, get comfortable. And I'm usually whipping up the coffee at that exact moment. I go back about 12:59, maybe a minute or two before the maybe a minute or two before the streams. You're aware and don't like it. That's fair. I certainly get that. There are some people that definitely just hit the stream button and stream immediately. I get that. That's not everyone's cup of tea. Sorry. The stream intro, I think, is just... This is the best compromise I can find. That because everything I do is on a timer. Like, all of my Firebot stuff, the ads being run on time, like clockwork at 1 p.m. when the stream starts. It's on a timer. I have it scripted to be on a timer. Everything is structured. This is the best compromise I can find without literally rewriting my stream to not have that going on. That said, that is something I do think about. is, you know, restructuring the stream and everything. That paces through my mind every so often. So please keep making that critique, Mr. Raspy. If only so I don't forget. And it gives us something to talk about at the very least. Let me make sure I've caught up on other chats. HBK says, yeah, you're just inviting them to try to profit from modding, but you're gonna have bad people everywhere. You're gonna have bad actors everywhere. You can't take something away from good people because bad people are screwing it up. You just proposed no solution. You proposed no solution. Going back to Twitch here for a second, you just mentioned the problem you have, but you can argue that if you're not willing to join earlier, maybe you wouldn't have stayed much anyway. You started streaming recently? Oh, that's cool. Tell me all about it. What were you streaming, good sir? Hopefully it was something you very much enjoyed, you know, and or you felt was really productive to do. One of those two things. And while you're telling me about that, if you want to, moving back over to the other chat, oh, let's not knock over wires every which way. Please, coin, for the love of God. Of course, I'm not surprised that that's happening. Okay, everything sounds normal. Just had to make sure I dropped my controller. It's hooked up to the dock on the Switch, and so I dropped it. And that had a little bit of a mental cascade effect, basically. My message disrupted the stability. Kappa. Nah, that's not true. But I get that that was a joke. Very funny. Last time you streamed, you had an argument with one of the most self-entitled pieces of crap I've met. That wasn't great. Oh, you get that in streams sometimes. People who are really quite entitled and you really aren't quite sure what to do about that. You just kind of, if people are being too pushy, you kind of have to time them out and then ban them. And I was thinking you'd be one of the few people who could match that up. What do you mean? Like the self-entitlement or something else? Oh, like be able to handle them. Gotcha. Understood. Not that you're self-entitled. Yep. Our wires are uncrossed now, good sir. I probably would be able to handle them. You know, I have a limit to people being self-entitled. If people are getting too pushy, I time them out. If people continue, I ban them. I don't endlessly argue with someone who is just determined to have things their way. Like, I'm sorry, you didn't walk into BK. You don't get to have it your way. You're in someone else's stream. You either enjoy the experience, you realize you like this person behind the webcam, or behind the VTuber model, or behind the PNG tuber file, or you leave. It's not complicated. It's really, really not complicated. Your level of safeguards and clarification, as super high as it is, would actually be just fine. Yeah, exactly, NK. You're not at BK. You don't get to have it your way, and you don't rule here. I do. Me, the streamer. Or in Razby's case, it would be Razby himself. You know, you don't. It's not that hard. Twitch is modern day TV. If you don't like the channel, tune it out. Find someone else to watch. with the amount of advertisements that are on Twitch and YouTube, that's essentially what these platforms are now, is TV. Except it's worse because you can't skip the ads. You can mute the TV. You can walk away. And granted, you can mute the stream and walk away until the ads are finished. But it's worse because you can, like, change the channel and you might not get an advertisement for a while. You can't change streamers without getting a pre-roll ad slapped on you. You have to sit through those. Like, that's on an internal Twitch timer. There's nothing that the content creator can do about adverts that are run by Twitch, which is why we try to run the advertisements on our own so that people don't get inundated with ads when they're not ready for them. Some streamers, I think, do a better job of this than others. You're incentivized to use the ad manager, which grants more of a cut to the ads. If you use the ad manager, you get 55% of the ad revenue if you follow its instructions. I don't care about the ad revenue because the amount of ad revenue I get is insulting. It is pennies on the dollar. So as far as I'm concerned, I would rather just curate the experience. And I think I'd like to think, I don't know if I do, but I like to think I do a pretty good job at that. Because the ad breaks are scripted. The only time I take an unscripted ad break is if I have to step away from my desk for like more than 10 seconds. I even have a command or two for those so that they're tweaked to very specific intervals. I have a system. If I wanted to, I could use the ad manager. I could induce FOMO. That's how people get money. That's how people make money on this platform, is they encourage you to buy the subscriptions. Or, you know, more ideally in Twitch's case, you pay for Twitch Turbo. You just don't pay for any streamer at all. You just get Twitch Turbo. And then it doesn't matter what you watch. It's all the same. You know, you're skipping all the ads either way. But since most people are using ad blockers, you know, Twitch can't even win on the front that they want to win on. Wild stuff. Sorry for gabbing so long about this. It's a topic that makes me mad. Really mad. Raspy says, it was a complicated topic because that person was actually a close friend from the past and even is one of the friends that made me who I am today. Yikes. That's really sad. Not because he influenced me positively, but because my experiences with him in the past were so effing bad that I'm determined to never make someone else go through what you did. Right. An example of what not to do. Those are just as valid as positive experiences. I have had former friends who, it's not that they treated me badly, but it's that I've watched them treat other people badly. And I'm like, I don't want to subject people to that. So I stopped associating with them. The good side is that you're nice and understanding. Like, treating people how you want to be treated. If you're nice and understanding, good chances are some other person is going to naturally be nice and understanding. I could see why that's complicated. Yeah, because, you know, there's like a history there. Want to make sure I don't tangle up my wires. Now, what do we have here? Fire and water. Okay, so we're gonna learn all about we're gonna learn about all about the different properties that this game has for both fire and water. We're gonna learn about how water is conductive and how fire can melt things. Surely that's what's gonna happen. Wow, game. All that because I hopped across a gap there. Okay, so we have like a couple of different spots to go to. Why do I feel like this is one of the shrines that has multiple chests in it. It wouldn't surprise me if they did put multiple chests in this one. Or maybe we're working toward a shrine key or something. Anyway, reading chat again. Rasby says, but of course you would never ban such a person, even if they be rude, since I believe being divisive is what makes it worse. Also, because you were arguing for something logical, it would seem from the outside like you're biased and feel wrong, and not that this person was arguing in bad faith. Let me just grab this. Okay, that's not gonna work. I probably need to do something else here. Ooh, I wonder, I might need to take this block with me, actually. Well, at some point, though, like, I agree with you. You know, ideally, you shouldn't ban people. It's better if you can argue out your differences. At some point, though, even if the object of the stream is like a debate, that's the object of the stream. Is nice job there, Link. At some point, you have to have, I wouldn't say any more or less self-respect, but you have to decide what's more important, right? You guys tell me all the time, you know, your mental health is important. You should value your own health seriously. So don't let bad people, you know, or don't let people acting badly. Wow, that is a nice shield. I'm gonna drop that. I'm gonna pick up this shield and drop the wooden one I'm carrying. A shield used by Zonai and is made of Zonite. It is very durable and draws on its stored energy to more efficiently use an attached Zonai device. That is definitely picture territory, if ever I've seen it. It is a nice looking shield. It reminds me of the Daedra artifact in Skyrim called I want to say is it Dawnbreaker? It's like an escutcheon that reflects spells. It's pretty good. You would ban them only if they were explicitly explicitly warned and explained to, and then they ignored that and have had at least some chances of that. You didn't reach that point. That's fair. You're your own master. You can determine what's best for your stream. I'm only perhaps saying, you know, maybe I hope you do, you know, not like, I hope you place some value on your mental health, and that if you do get to that point, you know, you will ban them. I used to be that person that didn't ban people for a long time. And really, I don't ban people over disagreements. I ban people over breaches of TOS. I ban people because they said something racist or xenophobic. Okay, so we have 2 blocks of ice. I have no idea what I'm supposed to do here. I could see that we could cool this, but what do we do with it? I'm like, am I making a block tower out of, you know, various blocks of stuff? Is that what's happening here? I guess let's find out. Yeah, I think that's exactly what's happening. And we did get the chest for this. Good. Link, get out of that, get out of that. I'm definitely gonna die if I don't eat food. Let's not do that. Rasby says, I'm following this because you're also really adaptive. If it really sucks, you'll do it less. Fair. were the streams with the stream that you were doing, since you were talking about things with you're talking about complicated topics. Was it like a just chatting stream? Were you know, doing debates or something? I'm just curious. Okay, so we have... Oh, I see. We put this in water because it won't melt if it's put in water, and it floats. Buoyancy, everybody. And then we take, we take a couple. Let's take all these blocks out of here, actually. Raspy says it was really infuriating. Essentially, they made a claim that you argued against. That sounds about right. So you were looking up data to check the validity of that claim. The person got... You hear that off in the distance, my senators and inductees? That is an ad storm. In about 5 minutes, it'll blow over us, and then we can get right back to the gaming. Thanks. I will go ahead and finish reading that first, and then I will, you know, take care of the introductory to the ad breaks. So Raspy then goes on to say that person got really mad and kept restating their opinion over and over. Yeah, that's what a lot of people do. I'm guilty of it as well. I know what that's like. You're kind of stuck in that loop, and nobody seems to be able to snap you out of it. Accused me of insulting them, which you didn't. You only called them biased. And then said they have a degree and have experience. Oh, whoop-de-doo. They have a degree, everybody. Claps. I hate when people say that. Degree doesn't mean anything. You can still be a complete, you know, jackape if you, whether you have one or not. Raspy says, and this was in response to what the stream actually was. You were playing Satisfactory. Ooh, I've seen that one. Looks nice. Sizzling Seal was playing it the other day, and I happened to catch one of the streams. Awesome game. I've thought about getting it, but I just recently got the Oblivion remastered, and I'm pretty happy with that. But it is a game I'm keeping on my radar. I'm not the best at factory titles, but I do like them a lot. But you turn the stream into just chatting the moment it's relevant. Fair. And it's really mostly just chatting. You did also play Sifu and was being a pretty big tryhard at it. Fair. You go on to say it was infuriating because they didn't let you continue the validation. It felt dishonest to interrupt. Because if they were right, then the data I was looking at was going to point to that anyway. They got super triggered. I told them to at least claim they were triggered as well. They put it onto me and said if I put it onto him... What is this? The Uno reverse card trick? No you! No you! Where is the "it's no use" quote from like Sonic 06? Because I feel like that's what I need to say to them. You know, your Uno reverse card doesn't work here. Get a different argument. I'm getting mad on your behalf. Can I get mad on your behalf? Can I like make can I show up and write an irate angry message to this person? I am somewhat joking, by the way. Your answer to this should definitely be no. But I am upset. Like, instead of just taking a second and saying, okay, maybe I better back off whatever argument we're trying to make here, and I better go revalidate reconfirm my sources or whatever. This person just kept at it. They said they're not triggered, and to me it felt like they took no responsibility, nor did they consider the situation where they're wrong. Whilst you did admit your bias and mentioned the options, no worries. You can totally vent here. That's fine. Maybe let's just not... The only thing I'd ask is not getting into, like, name-calling territory. Leave that to me. Leave that to me. I'll be the dirty person. You could be the clean person. It's fine. You're welcome to rant anytime. It was really upsetting. They doubled down because you weren't insulting. You did... I'm gonna go ahead and toggle something off really quick. Let me find it quickly. Okay. I have turned off the ad timer. I will do this particular one manually because I think it's important that we finish this discussion first. You did assess each other person's investment into the topic. It's the case of, you know, you're doing the right thing by being patient, and talking with people about, you know, their stances on things, and other people are very much not doing that, like, at all. Also, yes, I feel like I need to, like, set this off to the side, set these boxes on top of each other like this. Okay, a little more on center coin. Thank you. Come over here, ascend through the top. No, get back down. I don't want to get roasted. So what you mean is they doubled down even when you felt like you gave them plenty of compassion and opportunity to stop doing that because you recognize how effing hard it is when you're in fight or flight. Man, when a conversation is fight or flight, that's when I get really worried. Like, there's no reason it has to be like that. It's just it's just a conversation. People literally don't need to do that. At the end of it, you received an explanation, not mentioning that they got fired up or mad, but arguing against a claim you didn't make. Ah, the straw manning. And or misrepresentation. Both. It's both. Absolutely nutso. They misspoke the claim you did make and corrected afterwards, and wrote a very long text about why they're right. I'm sorry you had to deal with that, good friend. I really am. And I bet all you were looking to do was play a good games of Sifu or Satisfactory. It didn't have to be like that. I made a claim that was an accidental word you used and corrected it afterward. They argued against the accidental word as if you did say it. Yeah, they ignored the correction. I get what you're talking about. I have had to try really hard not to issue corrections in the midst of arguments I make with my parents all the time. I'll be sitting there arguing something political with my old man, you know, sitting on the couch in the living room, and I have to be I have to make sure I don't double back too much over myself, because if I do, you know, either he or someone else that happened, usually it's my stepmother, but it could be someone else. We sometimes have guests over, and they'll latch on to the thing I had to issue a correction for, even though I issued the correction. So I've learned to just stop issuing them, you know, unless it's like really critically important. And then I'll take the extra step of redistilling the new point and asking everybody to focus on that instead. Arguing with people is exhausting. That's why I try not to do it so much anymore. And eventually you just get fed up with it. You get fed up with people misrepresenting things you say. Enjoy that energy while you're young, because when you get older, when you get much older, when I tell you what, for men, other men, maybe you can like clarify this for me, but I feel like age hit me like a truck when I hit 30. Like I became a little bit less tolerant of decadent nonsense and conversation. And I'm tolerant of a lot of decadent nonsense in conversation. I don't know. Maybe the whole having an internal biological clock thing is wrong. But I definitely feel like my tolerance for abstract BSery is much lower than it was when I was 20 something. Let's see. When they said that they felt insulted, Raspy goes on to say, you asked them why, or like what exactly. Like I was confused and then got even more mad, and left. That honestly was like, if they leave, good. That's less drama you have to deal with. You will never do what that person will do to someone else if you can help it. Like, it's so effing, crappy. Yeah, absolutely. But you do want to recognize your blame. I was also self-righteous, and you feel like you were dismissive and not compassionate enough. I definitely take a big part of it, but you were frustrated that my huge amount of effort toward keeping a nice experience for both wasn't really reciprocated or noticed. Yeah. Friend, you have more humility than I could ever muster in that situation. I think that's one of your best traits, by far. You have a lot of patience for people. I have lost that patience. Some of it, anyway. And the fact that you're being so introspective just really shows the depth of character you do have. That you absolutely have. I'm sure this is going to sit with you a while, but I hope either tomorrow or the day after, you can look at yourself and say, you know what? I did conduct myself to the best of my ability. It's not my fault that this person decided to be an egghead on a platform and argue in bad faith. I might do the same thing if I knew exactly what happened, but this happened after the fact. And also, you already had the critical feedback from the friend anyway. So, I am here to validate your experience. If you felt you've done things wrong, which you said you did, like you felt bad for the experience you've curated, you're going to be introspective about it anyway. You're going to make the adjustment for next time. You're not going to rest on your laurels. That's not the type of person that I know you to be. You don't seem like that type of person. So I have a lot of faith in your ability to not let this affect you too badly, and to make any necessary changes in your approach to things. It might take a while, but because dealing with people is not a science, it's an art. You can have procedures all you want, but people are going to take a nice big old dump over the procedures you make. You got to be ready for what happens when the next incoming human garbage truck comes in and dumps all of their, hoarded offal all over whatever plan you're making. But you still got to make the plan anyway, offal or not. You're very welcome, Mr. Raspy, anytime. And you did reply to this person with something you felt fine with doing. Yeah, like, it's as long as you recognize the totality of it and you don't focus on beating yourself up, or you're doing the thing of being introspective. You are saying, okay, this is definitely where I went wrong. Here's how I could do better. That makes you quite a bit. That, like I said, that really just speaks to your depth of character. I really do think that. I think you'll be a fine streamer, especially in the just chatting sphere where, you know, that kind of thing is normal and people often aren't quite as introspective as you are. I am not that introspective. I kind of need to be by myself to be contemplative like that. Raspy goes on to say, it's really important to me that you fight for both people, for yourself and for the other person. You're right. You're not argumentative. You're trying to figure out where the truth is. That's a good thing to do. I respect that a lot. You did feel pretty good during the talk at times because it was really difficult to deal with. And that's what I feel rewarded with. The fact that I know I can tank several times more than people I know, with a few exceptions, and it's context dependent. Yeah. And that's part of the people skills, is sometimes you gotta take people's garbage and you gotta learn how to turn it into refuse or to move the garbage somewhere else. You also realized that it was about you a lot. It was me who also got mad. It wasn't him, and I won't try to control him or other people, so I stopped planning about what to say, but mention what you would experience and what you're willing to do, and you've noticed that you assigned your self-worth to that opinion you've held. That's a common thing on the streaming platform. I really, truly think so. It's very different. It's one thing when you don't have the cameras rolling, right? Or you're not in front of a bunch of people. You know, I truly do think people don't quite assign so much self-worth into what they say when they know that they're not being watched. They don't have people's opinions to watch out for. It's when you do. When you are on camera. I notice the difference in myself. I'm a lot more defensive on camera, like a lot more, and I'm already a defensive person in real life. Have to be. It's not safe for me to go on offense or, you know, to be neutral in a lot of cases. I already have my back heel on the edge of a cliff in a lot of cases. I blanked on where I was going with that. Let me read and maybe it'll come back to me. Humility is really important to you. Yeah, I don't remember exactly what I said, but I'll springboard to my next point, which is humility is harder to achieve on camera because sometimes you're not listening in order to understand, especially if conversations get heated. You are, in fact, listening to respond. It's a perfectly normal reaction. I catch myself doing it all the time. You know, I'm like, wait, I didn't listen to actually understand what was being said. I locked in on something really specific, and it made me feel something I didn't want to feel, and I responded. Having the ability to be self-critical is good. Really good. Just you can't let yourself be burdened by it either, or you will critique yourself into an early grave. There's a fine balance to be had there. Raspy says, now me and a friend joke that maybe you should read more about it with each other as a reference to that, but I don't want to move to this person bad. Yeah, it's the human condition. We are monistic creatures by nature. We just are. Humans tear down the things they don't believe in, and they build up or shore up the things that they do believe in. It's just the human condition. It's all about the positive feedback or negative feedback loops created by doing those things. It's the biological component. There's almost always a biological component to arguments that is, I think it often goes unaddressed. because people aren't considering that when they're hashing out their arguments or making their point. Brasby goes on to say that's part of their reply to me, calling me out to learn more about it. Yeah, learning more about things is always good. I just wrote down, we were talking about the switch policy, or like the switch bricks earlier, and or specifically Nintendo's like anti-modding policies generating a lot of false positives. And I believe it was NK who said, hey, I looked at a short that someone put together that from someone who mods their Switch, and they said that this isn't happening to them. Maybe I would look a bit more into that. And so what did I do? I wrote the name down of the content creator they referred to, a person by the name of Teedle, Teedle, and I'll be looking into that later so that if that discussion comes up again, I'm not just on my usual soapbox. I'm really good at getting on a soapbox, by the way. I'm a very passionate speaker when I want to be. I try not to be, but no one's perfect. And I'm certainly not perfect. I get mad. I get emotional. At some point, I know I see red in conversations. Like if someone gets me flustered, angry, good luck. It takes a lot to make me mad. Usually it's just upset. Well, if I truly get mad, I'm not being a reasonable person anymore. It's a character flaw I have to work on, among other things. Okay, so this Korok seed is like right over here. Ooh, I should probably still take an ad break though. I had turned that off for maybe like 15 minutes to kind of, help with the conversation and things. But I think now is probably a good time to swat away that pre-roll. This is just a reminder, and, also I feel obligated to do this more than anything, and I want to. Thank you guys for hanging out with me today. You guys have been awesome. We don't always just talk about the game or positive things. Sometimes people come in here and vent about their experiences, and it's okay to do that. It's fine. We all need places to vent, and safely, without judgment. I do my best to proffer that space, but I know I'm not perfect at it, but I do my best anyway, because I think that's important. Mental health is important. If you need therapy, go seek it. Trust me, I know from personal experience. I'm living proof every day that people need therapy. Promise. We're gonna take a commercial break. I will probably. I think of. I don't know. See, the problem is if I take a commercial break, it's the script doesn't adjust to the ad time. It's set to a specific time. So I'd have to go back and code for an ad break like this. They're usually scripted on the clock things, but I think taking a 3-minute might be okay here. So what I'll say is you guys should definitely get up, stretch, grab a snack, do all that fun stuff. The commercials, again, are for people on Twitch. And mostly so that they don't have to deal with pre-roll later, which you guys have had 15 minutes of pre-roll by now. So the sooner I beat that back, the better. We'll come back after the timer is over, and we will go from there. You guys have been awesome. Thank you for putting up with me, and thank you guys for being such avid listeners to our local venting session today. It's important. And with that, I'll see you guys after the commercial break. Thanks. Sorry about that, everybody. I am back. Well, unfortunately, I think it's going to turn out to be that we're going to end up, finishing with just the Korok seeds and, like, the shrines today. But, that's life sometimes. As absolutely life sometimes. All right, Mr. Korok, tell me where your friend is, although I know exactly where he is already. You can't move? Well, that's okay, friendo. Because we're gonna engage in auto building. We'll be able to go... Okay, what can we do here? What else do we have here? Just that one platform? We got 2 of the things we need. All right, we'll build the rest with, no, don't do that. We'll build the rest with some zonite. It's fine. It's not exactly the best watercraft we have, but it is a watercraft. It's not at all what I wanted to do. Get over there and come over here with me. We are now 17% of the way done with these Korok seeds. Hey, just at the start of this, when we were first collecting them, we had 2%, everybody. Just 2% of the seeds. And now we're just so much closer to it being all said and done. I'm happy with today's progress, even if we didn't get to explore too many chasms or caves today. Honestly, the caves that we did get to explore were mostly mandatory caves. Okay, there's 2. There's one right here in the center. That's probably going to require a device to hoist it out of the water. And another one is basically like somewhere over here, insofar as I can see. Who the heck is firing that? You don't seriously think that you're gonna get to keep your life now, are you? Get out of here with that nonsense. Damn Octorok. Wow, that is still down there. I hope everybody has enjoyed the gameplay today. Maybe even the commentary too. Like I said, we don't always talk about merry events here on the channel. Sometimes we talk about the deep stuff. If you guys like the deep stuff, you'll like this channel. Promise. Ooh, rotted weapons. Nice. Or like decayed weapons. Anything we could do with this? Take a picture, I suppose, for start. What do we have? A soldier's shield. That's okay. That can stay in the chest. Now, we do need to break these. Which, let's get that over with. So, if you're wondering, why the heck am I breaking valuable weapons, right? Why might I be doing that? Well, there are statues. There are statues in the depth that will offer these weapons up to you out of like a random pool based on the weapons you've broken. And unlike these ones that are decayed, these other ones are pristine. They have like much better durability, cutting power, and so on. I wonder if smacking the chest is not actually doing anything with this, though. I don't think it is. I think it has to be like an actually solid surface. Either that or the decayed claymore still has a good chunk of durability to it. Come on, Link. Can't you just, like, go find a Goron to, like, snap it in half or something? Wow. We gotta be getting there soon. Come on, just a few more whacks. Thank you. Now for number 2. Oh, so close. I feel like the spears, we're gonna find out real quick whether this actually does anything to the durability. I don't think it's actually doing anything, is the problem. Yeah, I don't think this is doing anything. Maybe throwing it against a wall might do something. I'm sure there are auto break devices that you could make with the parts you can find later in the game. You see the weapon breaking strats? I'm trying, Shiny. I am in fact trying. I think I just have to do the jump attack. Like, that's the only thing that seems to actually have any verifiable result. Just trying to increase our odds of getting, of grinding for better weapons later when I inevitably have to do that, when I turn off the cameras for the evening. Because we did burn through a handful of weapons, and I would still like to get some better ones. Come on, Link. Every moment I spend here is another moment I can't spend getting a Korok. There we go. I feel like I'm gaslighting myself into not, I definitely feel like I'm gaslighting myself every time I see something and, you know, the words, "It didn't break," or "The durability is low," don't appear on the screen. Let me make sure no one else has said anything. Yeah, like I was saying, I'm definitely trying to break the weapons. I wish jump attacks weren't the only way to do it. Or that, you know, a lot more of the surfaces your weapons just didn't phase through. Maybe, and this is just me thinking about game dev, like, you know, what's happening behind the scenes. They're like, well, you know, since we programmed the random weapons you find in the depth to... Oh, are you gonna toss it? Yeah, you are. Drop it. That'll be enough out of you, Mr. Moblin. Thank you very much. Okay, so what's the deal with this? It's not wanting me to dive into this lake, is it? It better not be. Is it wanting me to make, like, a platform? Let's try. We did pick up some ice fruit earlier, so maybe the ice fruit will make a platform? Yeah, it sure does. But why the arrows? Ice platforms, yes. Okay, so I'm at least, like, a little bit on the right track here. Okay. Ah! They're fairy lights. And that's why the indicator is here. It's telling me, hey, there's something in the middle of this. Got it. Only have one Korok left. I was just really perplexed by that. That's all. Now let's go down here and collect our is presumably our last Korok seed for this region. It's a rock. Guaranteed that's what this is. Called it. Didn't even have to crack open the map icon to look at it. We've only got one more thing left to do, and then we can finally begin mapping out some of the caves. By the way, have you thought about what the goddess statue in the Temple of Time could mean? About, you know, being trapped trapped underneath the stone door, the plateau? Not really. I have yet to make sense of what the stone door means. I thought it might have been the River of the Dead waterfall cave, but that's not the answer, like, at all. And the only other thing I could think of is that there's, like, another cave. There's, like, another cave somewhere else. Because I don't think it's the Shrine of Resurrection. I don't think that's what it is. But I do think it's underneath the plateau, but not in the depths. I'm thinking of a few different schools of thought. None of them have coalesced into anything organized yet, but I have been thinking shiny. Thanks for bringing that question back to the forefront of my mind. I'll see if I can't maybe ponder the solution like I did with the the moat chasms, because I had to really think about that for a while before I determined, you know, what it is we were doing. I'm gonna change this pin, or this stamp, to a pin, and start gliding out this way. Trying to think of other doors. Or maybe the stone door is not... It's not a literal door. It might be like a metaphorical stone door. And I should be looking for something else. Wouldn't that be a surprise if I told you you know the secret? No, it wouldn't. You did tell me you played this game extensively. I think knowing of it would make sense. Okay, I think we found our cave. Ah, yes. This is the one I based the thumbnail on, everybody. The Great Plateau Foothill Cave. We can chuck a bomb at it, and that should clear the way. and we can continue chucking bombs. All right. They clearly want us to mine the area out, so let's do that. Oh man, it broke. Well, we had a good run with that weapon while it lasted, everybody. That Stone Talus hammer lasted like 4 episodes. So instead, what I can do to like break up the damage on my weapons is I can quite literally equip this and fuse a rock to it. All right. Wait, first pick that up. Oh, hello there, Mr. Horriblin. It's nice to see you over here. Yeah, get bent. Oh, and there are going to be a few in this cave, aren't there? I didn't expect there to be Horriblins here. Not gonna lie. But you know what? At least this is another place I can definitely farm for some horns. It'll be nice to make more sledges and stuff out of the horns. I've been farming these guys like crazy. Run. And I thought they were blue for a moment, but they're black. They just look funny in here. Okay. I'm really hoping we find the shrine in here. I think that'll make a good capstone. Now, what's this? Is this like really sturdy rock or something? You can also recall rocks they throw at you instead of shooting arrows. Good call. I didn't even think about the fact that recall might have combat uses. You know what? Hindsight being 2020, I definitely should have, though. I guess I just don't think to use these powers that much in combat because I'm used to them in the puzzle-solving context, but I should try them in a combat setting, like I did with Ascend in the Gliok earlier. Are these explosion-resistant rocks? I think they're explosion-resistant rocks. Maybe snap a photo? Okay, there's no photo to snap there. That's fine. Got 9 of these lovely things. I'm honestly curious to see, you know, what comes out of the bubble gems. I bet it's going to be amazing when we find the vendor for these. Okay, let's fuse these rocks. Hello? Wow, they really hid, they really just, I wasn't expecting them to be rocks of different colors. Yeah, this is definitely gonna take a while. And I don't have too many bomb, actually they already didn't work on the blue ones. Are they gonna work on these? No, not really. Yeah, we just have to hack away with weapons. That's all we can do. I hope I don't have to come back here with, Ooh, I should drop this and get a rock sledge. Really? I said drop it and pick up the rock sledge, Link. That's not difficult. I hope I don't have to go, you know, bringing in some extra weapons, but I fear we might. Oh, this is pretty nice for breaking durable rocks. New tech unlocked. Just let me through. That's all I ask. Let me through, game. Finally. It's possible to go through this cave. It's just that the task is tedious. Yeah, I'll say. But we did it. We got through it. we got through it. It only took 2 of my best sledges and like several more, you know, ramshackle, cobbled together rock hammers to do it. And some bomb flowers, which I will definitely have to go farm after the stream is over. I'll probably have just enough time to mark where some of the surface caves are and maybe check out one of them before moving on or before having to call stream. We'll see. Alignment of the circles. Cycles. Everyone loves them cycles. You know, you see them out on the road. They get on their motorcycles. It's great. It's awesome. What? Hello. This is definitely picturesque. I do like this. Nice big open space. But what puzzle are we working with here? Just a bunch of circular depressions. Alignment of the circles. Alignment of the circles. I hope there isn't some rigorous geometrical proof involved. Oh, wait a sec. I see. They want us to align these, I think. Let's try moving a ball into one of the sockets and see what happens. I have actually heard that this is probably one of the better puzzles or one of the more interesting puzzles. What happened here? I can rewind in order to see what happened. So we go in. Let's find somewhere where we can spot it. This is the current pattern. 1, 2, 3, 4. I think one new circle maybe popped up, and that was it. Okay, let's start plugging in a bunch of holes and seeing what happens. All need to land in their place. Oh, kind of like at once? I'm just kind of trying random things because it's not really clear other than making stuff line up. It's not really clear what needs to happen yet. Alignment of the circles. Wait, what if it's specific holes. It's not like just any old holes. What if it's based on these green circles over here? Like, I spotted them earlier and I guess I just didn't think much of it. But what if it's like, I just need to find these like precise 4 and go from there. So there's that one. There's one here. And the last one is like over here. Right? Let me look one more time. Yeah, it's this one right here. Okay, I got it. I got it. But now, is there a treasure chest that I get for unlocking a different set of, or aligning the orbs differently? Or, yes, there's literally one right here. All right. Let's see. Can't pick up that chest. Okay. Let me bring it back out here and see what happens. The treasure puzzle is funny. Oh, this... I'm trying to look for some obvious sign. That's what I need to do. Took you a while to figure out? Oh, I could be here a while then. This is probably going to be the end of the stream right here. Don't hear any clicking. I'm trying to plug up various holes first. Wait. So... let me take this out a second. I remember when we were playing when we were playing Breath of the Wild, King Rome said, you know, we should trace a line between the 4 shrines to figure out where we were supposed to go to meet him to get the paraglider. Because time was running out before he, you know, faded from existence for a while. I wonder if I need to do the same thing here. Where I'm quite literally, like, finding a place to plug these in at. There's just one problem. And that problem is, how do I align... This probably isn't correct, by the way. Just... based on the fact that I even tried plugging it in to this hole. Because if I look, 1, 2, 3, 4, and if I draw intersections between, without falling off of ledges, make sure I'm standing correctly. Here, here, there, there. It seems like that spot right there would be like the intersection between these circles. So methinks that intersection would be right here. But there's already a hole, or there's already a circle in that spot. There's already an orb there. Maybe it's that one? That's a clever guess, but unfortunately, no. Ah, so sad. Yeah. Wait. What if I have to undo... What if I have to undo this... the solution to this puzzle? That's something else I've thought about, like the rewind aspect. So here's what I'll do. I'm gonna pick up these orbs for like... Oh, but there's a problem with that, right? No, maybe not. Let me try unwinding this puzzle. No, that's not what that is either. Why would I need another orb then? Good point. Good point. So it's not some crazy manipulation. Am I swapping an orb? No, that doesn't seem right either. Let's try though. So we know that orb is there. So what happens if I swap this orb with that one? Let me ask a simple question. Have I checked all of the ceilings? I believe I have, but that question makes it seem like I haven't. So let me actually thumb through and actually look at the ceiling the whole time. That implies that I might have missed something somewhere. Maybe there's like a orb slot underneath one of these. Maybe there's a hidden fifth ring. Something along those lines. Oh. No, that's just the patterning. Okay, I'm looking around. I don't see anything there. Nothing like a green emitted light or anything crazy like that. Is it in that room then? I'm not gonna move the orb from where it is. Wait. No, 1, 2, 3, 4. No, those are the same 4. I'm gonna see circles in my dreams. I'm gonna see circles in my dreams, man. They're gonna be green circles. Oh. Really? Well, yeah, there's one right there. But why? I guess there's only one way to find out. That's to take this orb and go put it where that is. I don't think that's gonna do anything, but that could be the solution. It could be that simple. What? Oh, hello. What do we have here? Ah! There's a tile that you can lift up. I don't know if I call that funny, but it is clever. I guess that makes sense. So when I said hidden slot, I mean, that did check out. I just wasn't looking in the right spot. Ooh, hearty elixir. That's nice. Restores you to full hearts and increases your maximum health. The additional hearts are lost as you take damage. I will make sure I don't use that unless it's on camera. last thing I think I'm gonna do before we call stream is to go convert these into stamina real quick. And that takes care of all of the Korok seeds and the shrines in this region. So the next episode will definitely be all of the cave systems we glossed over in the Hyrule Field, as well as all of the chasm entrances, because we got a lot of ground to cover. Also, I'm probably, if I'm looking at my depths map here, I am going to pay a visit to the shrine or the statue that's down here. You guys have alluded to a statue being down here already. So I'm gonna find said statue and we're gonna go pay it a visit, among other things. Okay, let's go back to Lookout Landing. And then we can call the episode. This was a fun one. I'm not done with learning how to build a boat. I am gonna build a paddle boat if it kills me. I'm gonna watch some tutorials to make sure I know how to build one. Because that Korok pear seed bothered me. I even tried to demonstrate it at the beginning of stream, and I was still ineffective. I was still missing something. So I'm gonna go back and review the design I found on YouTube and make sure I understand where I went wrong, and then I can actually demonstrate it tomorrow. That statue in the depths corresponds to something on the surface. Interesting. It corresponds to something on the surface, you say. I will have to keep that in mind. And maybe we can use those as hallmarks for where to check for other statues. Okay, where am I trying to go exactly? Ah, yes, the altar. 4 more shrines and we can start upgrading health. I just want 2 full stamina wheels for that. You'll leave it at that? Have fun solving the mystery? Thank you. Much appreciated, good sir. Oh, what a day. You guys have been awesome. Thank you so much for hanging out with me. Greatly appreciated. I would raid, but I haven't eaten much today. I had lunch, and that was pretty much it. I need to go nourish my body, so I'm gonna cut and run here. Twitch and YouTube, thank you so much. You guys have been great. My name is CoinStamp. This has been another episode of The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom. We will be back at this tomorrow at 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time doing more of the same. I hope you guys have been enjoying the thumbnails that I've been making and releasing to the public. I have fun making them, and it's nice to practice new Photoshop techniques, among other things. My lovely senators and inductees, let me shift this back over here. My lovely senators and inductees, do stay safe and take care of yourselves out there. You're welcome in my hallowed halls anytime, you know, whether that be in my Discord or, you know, in my Twitter/X or Blue Sky DMs. I may include Instagram in those eventually as well. You never know. Stay tuned for more deets later. I'll see you guys next time. I really sincerely mean that. And with that, goodbye.